There we go.
Check, 1, 2. Oh, there we are.
Yeah, now I have it.
Okay. Darn, shouldn't have said that.
Now they're going to have to hear what we say.
I know.
Oh, darn.
All right, Madam Clerk, we have time for public comments. Is there anyone out there right now?
Yeah, at this time, please direct comments to the City Council regarding items on the agenda. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. We have one participant online. If you'd like to speak on items on the agenda, please raise your hand or unmute yourself.
Cat with a mask on. Did you see that?
Seeing no public comment.
All right. We'll go to item number 2. Can you please read that into the agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, Subdivision D4, the City Council meet in closed session with conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation in one matter. City Council will also meet with legal counsel on pending litigation in Martin versus City of Solvang, Santa Barbara County Superior Court, case number 21CV00883.
All right, thank you. And we'll now go to closed session at 5:03. We're live. We're live. All right, we'll bring it back from special closed session.
Thank you,
Your
Mr.
turn.
Mayor. The city council met in closed session on two matters of conference with legal counsel, one regarding anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 subdivision D4. There's no reportable action on that matter. The other matter was in Martin versus City of Solvang, Santa Barbara County Superior Court, case number 21CV00883. There was no reportable action in that matter.
All right, thank you for that. And meeting is adjourned. 6:15.
Also sent me a picture. He found
Good evening and welcome everyone to the regular session of the Solvang City Council for Monday, April 26th.
I'm so sorry.
I was like, that was like Lou Gehrig's last speech. Hello.
Let me shut the, thank you.
Sorry. We'll call the meeting to order at 6:31. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Clark,
I'm here.
Councilmember Infante,
Here?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Here.
Councilmember Thomas,
Here.
Mayor Yurick,
Here.
all present.
And Councilmember Thomas, would you please lead us in Pledge of Allegiance?
This flag, place your right hand over your heart, be with me. I pledge
Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you read the next item on the agenda?
First item on the agenda is presentations, and we are actually going to start with the first reward for an employee of the quarter. And I would just like to have Debbie Curtis, our first awardee of this new program, to please come up, and I will say a few words. So Debbie, just to ensure that I don't forget to say anything, I'm just actually going to read off of this. So as of January of this year, the city has implemented Employee of the Quarter Award to recognize staff exemplary performance. All employees are eligible to be nominated except for city manager. I'm very pleased to announce that our first Employee of the Quarter is Debbie Curtis. The review committee unanimously selected Debbie's nomination. Debbie is a accounting assistant, and I personally have had the pleasure of working with Debbie closely throughout the unprecedented time of COVID-19 pandemic. Employees can be nominated for exemplary performance in at least one of the following criteria: overall work performance, leadership, interpersonal skills, public relations, cost savings, teamwork, and emergency response. Debbie has demonstrated exemplary performance in all of these areas. During the challenging time of pandemic and emergency response, Debbie maintained positive attitude, was always friendly and helpful to all of our callers and residents, was an exemplary team player available to help with anything that needed to be done at all times. And Debbie showed leadership and integrity, always striving to do what is best for their organization and our community. So in this sense, I have a personal thank you to you as well, and we definitely couldn't have done it without you.
Thank you, I appreciate
So
that.
thank you, Debbie. And
you.
this is going to be
Oh,
our
wow, look
beautiful
at that.
That's really cool.
That's a good picture, Debbie. So this will be displayed in the hallway for everybody to see, and we'll also include this in the quarterly newsletter that goes to all the residents.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you,
I
Debbie.
appreciate it.
Here's a photo of this, and I have a gift for you as well.
I want to use that picture.
Give you both a certificate
Thank
and
you.
$100 that comes
Oh,
for
thank
this
you, I
program.
appreciate that. Thank you very much.
You want to do a
Thanks, Debbie.
even though you're partial to that picture?
You're partial to that.
Good job.
Well done, Debbie.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you. Then the next item, B.
Item B, we have a history project presentation, which is an example from San Francisco of a project they have done. And we have
Nicole Meldal.
Meldo with us on Zoom, I'm hoping. Nicole, do you? There
Yeah,
you go.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. I have a PowerPoint presentation as well. Oh, there now I'm on two screens. Oh, that's crazy. Ooh, technology. All right, let me share screen and get my presentation up here for everyone.
Uncle Robert said he wouldn't embarrass you either.
That's
Oh,
impossible.
that's gonna
That's
be a lie.
impossible, we know.
Well, thank you for having me this evening. I'm really thrilled to be here, and thanks for the invitation, Uncle Bob.
Thanks, Nicole.
I'm Nicole Meldal. I'm Executive Director of Western Neighborhoods Project. And after I give you kind of a bit of institutional background here, I'll explain how our teeny tiny neighborhood history nonprofit handed our photo archive over to guerrilla historians. That's not guerrilla historians. Guerrilla historians during the pandemic last year, and we sort of empowered them to transform every street in San Francisco into a pop-up history museum. And this is a totally scalable, family-friendly initiative that any organization or city can implement, and I hope you'll decide to do that as well. So now, I'm guessing that none of you have heard of Western Neighborhoods Project unless Uncle Bob has been repping us pretty hard. So I'll be giving you a really quick elevator pitch. Some folks have described us as not your grandma's history group, but I prefer to think of WNP as just your friendly neighborhood historian. We are a 501c3 California nonprofit that has preserved and interpreted and shared the history and culture of San Francisco's West Side since 1999. And we do this by hosting public programs, everything from story time sessions for kids to pub crawls for adults. We also record podcasts and videos, and we maintain a small but exponentially growing archive and museum collection. And all of this is accessible through our website that you see here, outsidelands.org. And then in support of this work, we launched an auxiliary program in 2014 called Open SF History that rehouses and digitizes thousands of historical images that stretch beyond our West Side boundaries and range from roughly the 1850s through the 1990s. And we make those available through our sister site, Open SF History, which you see here. And if you're looking for photos of your home, or maybe you're wondering what the neighborhood looked like in the past, almost all of our photos are mapped for your convenience. And all of them are identified and pinned by a dedicated small army of volunteers, because we truly believe that community history is a community project, but also because we only have one employee, and volunteers are what gets the work done. So what can you find on Open SF History? Pretty much a little bit of everything, a rabbit hole inducing range of subjects like people. You've got families visiting major tourist attractions in San Francisco, to San Franciscans enjoying a candy apple by the beach on the right, to historical figures like Cecil F. Poole, who's seen here in the center as an assistant district attorney in 1951, but he's on his way to becoming the first African-American U.S. attorney for the Northern District of California. So really cool range of folks on Open SF History. And we also have significant events like the Panama Pacific International Exposition from 1915, which is on the right. So fun events, but also events significant for some for their brutality. On the right, you have a truly incredible and gut-wrenching photo taken after the Preparedness Day parade bombing, where you can see officials trying to sort of sweep up a pool of blood with a broom, and police officers holding back or trying to scatter encroaching crowds. And that's because history is fun, but it's also really messy, which is something we definitely saw in 2020. But by far, our most popular subject is street scenes. Photos of places that people recognize. So you've got famous buildings like San Francisco City Hall, or the Transamerica Pyramid, or the Ferry Building, but also ones like this building on 20th and Valencia Streets in the Mission District that has been a longtime home of one of my favorite Mexican restaurants called La Rondalla. And this is popular because people understand history best when they experience it through a sense of place. And that's why now and then shots are so popular. And that existing impulse to compare the past with the present is what we wanted to leverage when we started thinking about how we could sort of open up Open SF History even wider and encourage folks to leave their living rooms and explore their city on foot. So that's how the Guerrilla Historian Poster Project was born. My colleague, our co-founder, David Gallagher, added a poster link to every mapped photo on OpenSF history, which automatically generates a printable PDF with an abbreviated caption and a QR code that tracks back to the website. And you can see this in the version that you have on the right. So we sort of soft launched this program in February of 2020 by hitting up some of our friends on social media and asking them to take pretty much what they were already doing, but online. So we wanted them to take it out into the world. And then the pandemic shut us all indoors, and suddenly this kind of niche project became the perfect socially distanced, family-friendly outdoor activity. So we sent out a clarion call and we empowered everyone to become guerrilla historians, taking history to the streets and transforming every telephone pole in San Francisco into a historical exhibition highlighting selections from our collection. And I'm going to very quickly show you a short clip which explains all of this much better. Let's get out of here and queue up YouTube. Share screen again. So here's our good friend Joey Yee, a local filmmaker who did this and explains the process with a soundtrack, which I can't provide.
All their informative history walks have been canceled because of, right now they're calling on people to become guerrilla historians. So we're going to walk around the neighborhood and teach everyone a thing or two about what this place used to look like. Let's go. Here's how it works. Every single photo on OpenSF History's website has a poster option complete with a QR code that people can scan with their phones should they come across it in the wild. I've got 30 of them with me to hang up all around the Richmond. And just so I don't get lost, I've mapped everything out. I'm going to start on Geary, heading east, and then after Park Presidio, we'll make a loop going up towards Clement, and then heading west along California. Once we hit Lincoln Park, we'll head south, then make a turn onto Balboa, then back up to Geary where we'll end it. Along the way, we're going to find the direction of each one of these photos, stick them on the nearest telephone pole or street lamp, and then move on. So I think this one's probably my favorite so far. This is the fire station on 12th Avenue and Geary. Looks like it's been here for well over 100 years, which is pretty incredible.
Wow.
So that gives you kind of a taste of how to do it best. Let me get this going again for everybody. Okay, so it was definitely the right thing at the right time, and the popularity of the program spread, and I'm sorry for the pandemic pun, that's probably a little too early for that. But we were featured in the San Francisco Chronicle, we were written up in SF Weekly, other history groups copied the idea, like the Emeryville Historical Society, which we totally loved because we love when people take this idea and run with it. So, you know, wink, wink, they're solving. And the National Council on Public History tweeted it out to their followers, which is amazing exposure for a tiny community history nonprofit. But what was more amazing is to see people engaging with the history of their neighborhoods and with our collection like this. And knowing that these images were able to reach people who don't have access to a computer during a time that was very isolating for that particular demographic. And people are still putting them up. Over a year later, we still find them, and we love it when folks tag us on social media when they find them kind of in the wild. So we were in a privileged position in that David, our co-founder, built and actively manages our website. So he was able to create a custom interface for OpenSF History that allows the public to easily navigate our collection and download these posters. And you may not have that advantage in Solvang, but if you do apply for grants, you could easily contract a designer to build a website like this, because really it's just a modified WordPress site and not extremely complicated. And the fun part of the website is sort of this process of self-discovery. So if you want to go the web route, I recommend that you make it really, really easy to navigate. When we built OpenSF History, we provided multiple entry points for searching, either through the map, which is definitely our most popular feature, but you can also do it by key term and neighborhood or a simple search bar. And we also wanted to make sure people could easily reach us when they wanted to learn more or give us feedback about an image. And this could prove really useful if you do launch a Guerrilla Historian program and people need to contact you about the posters they find around Solvang. One thing that's beneficial about being a tiny history organization is you just sort of do things and see how they go. And it is illegal to deface private property in San Francisco, as I assume is the same for Solvang. And we definitely received some angry phone calls from local business owners in the beginning. You never think you have to tell people not to tape posters up to, hand painted signage, but as it turns out, you do. So not long after we launched the project, we had to provide more explicit instructions on how to properly guerrilla historian. We also had to give away a few free memberships to disgruntled merchants, but it was all okay in the end as long as you give folks explicit instructions. And all of that aside, you really don't need a website for a project like this. The key to our success with the Guerrilla Historian poster project is that it was super simple, very intuitive, and aligned with what people were already doing or already wanted. And the mapping component allowed people to easily locate where a poster should be installed. So kind of an analog version that you could implement would be just have a stack of posters at the visitor center and a companion map that like guides folks through town, or get the merchants involved and have like stamps or some sort of like fun game connected to it. And definitely identify your needs internally, but ultimately, any way you get people out into the streets engaging with Solvang history will be a win for Solvang. And on that note, I'll end this presentation and let you get back to the business of city counciling. But here's my favorite photo of a lady eating 2 corn dogs at the Cliff House in San Francisco in the 50s, along with my contact information in case you all want to ask me questions later. And thank you so much for having me tonight.
Thank you for being here, Nicole. We really appreciate it.
Of course.
Thank you very much, Nicole.
Thanks, Uncle Bob.
See you. If I can add about that.
Yes.
And talking with Nicole, obviously that they're much more involved than I would want to be. And my original thought was if we could put strategically placed, nicely placarded, that's a word, photos of Solvang to show the residents what they're looking at 100 years ago or 110 years ago in 1911. And somehow, and that's when Nicole got involved with it, was making it interactive for our tourists, et cetera. So obviously don't want to go as grand as she did, and I don't want people putting up just their own photographs around town and slapping. We've got enough signage problems in Solvang. But just to do some neat photos around town to show the visitors what this looked like 110 years ago. This is from where you're standing, what you're looking at. I think it'd be a really neat thing to do. So it's neat that she has some ideas like that, but obviously not to the extreme that they did it in a much bigger city. That's my goal for what we can do with this. I think the tourists would have a lot of fun with it.
I agree. I think they would as well.
Sandwich board.
All right. No discussion on, or we had any other discussion on that? We'll go right now to public comments.
All right. Next item, we have public communications, written or verbal. The council welcomes your input. At this time, you may address the council on items not on the agenda and consent agenda. Time limit is 3 minutes. Staff may be asked to follow up on such items. If we have anybody in
I have
person.
speaker slips for Tracy Beard.
I am smiling as I'm walking out.
Hello, council. And tonight I want to say that we have a flag that has been flown over the Capitol for the 100th year anniversary of the Solvang Chamber of Commerce. Tonight, we would like to honor our community and give this flag to our business community and our city council to fly high and to keep our community economically strong. This flag was flown on February 5th. It has a certificate with it from the Honorable Salud Carbajal, our congressman of the 24th District. We truly believe our Solvang Chamber of Commerce is prosperous only because of our business community has kept it that way for 100 years. And we truly want to recognize the impact of the business community to the city and to the valley and the success that they have worked together for prosperity. 78 years ago today, I brought the book today. On this day of April 26, 78 years ago today, was the first city flag that was honored to the city of Solvang, and tonight it has done the same thing. So we have the minutes and notes to show you, and we want to give this flag to the city for the business community.
Awesome. Thank you very much, and on behalf of the city, we accept this, and we will try to find a place of honor for it.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Tracy.
Thank you. We thought it was a little,
appreciate everything
little
that you've done.
trivia as we were kind of going through our book and our notes this year of what things had happened, and this just happened to come to us. So we were very honored that Salud Carbajal did this for our community. I think I'm next on the secondary one. I'll be quick.
You had 3.
I have 3. Our next one is, we would like to get back to our community doing business as usual. And one of the things is we know the governor on June 15th says the pandemic is moving to a different tier system, and we want to get Music in the Park opened for coming up this year, and we want to do it starting on June 23rd. That would be a week after our governor says that we can take business back into action, and as long as it follows within guidelines of protocol of COVID-19, you know, the protocols that we have, which we're not quite sure, but it's already saying we can gather, so we want to have Music in the Park and back to our community. So we are asking our city tonight to tell you our plans and what we'd like to do, and you meet, and we'll meet with the city manager, and we've brought our yearly contract with us to Ms. Bradford for approval. So I think,
Sounds good.
okay, that's what we have on Music in the Park this evening. And now, our third thing is, for our 100th year, we are out coming with our map again for the city of Solvang, for our tourist community. And we're ready to go to publish, and we're going with 150,000 maps. And we'll have 100,000 that will be this size, and we will have a smaller size that will be very small size that will fit in people's purses or men's wallets. And we're doing 50,000 of that. So we will have enough maps out for distribution. And we know since the pandemic has opened back up, we've already had 1 million tourists come through since July 1st of last year. So we're ready to start again. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Appreciate everything that you and the chamber have done for the city and all the businesses.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And I don't have any other speaker slips here. Is there anyone out?
I see one hand being raised. Jeff Lee, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jeff Lee, business representative for Teamsters Local 986. I'm just here to congratulate Debbie Curtis on being awarded for the first Solvang Employee of the Quarter. On behalf of everyone at the Teamsters, we'd like to extend a congratulations to Debbie. Great work, and we're excited to see the city continuing down this path of recognizing this type of stuff. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any other?
If anybody else would like to make a comment on items not on the agenda or items on consent agenda, please raise your hand, your virtual hand on mute. or on Zoom rather, or unmute yourself. If you're a caller, you can just unmute yourself by *6. See no further comment.
See no further, okay. We'll now move to the city manager's report.
Thank you. So I will start with a little bit of an update on COVID-19. We did move into the orange tier, luckily. So things are definitely progressing in the right direction. The governor is making further promises to move forward. If we can have the slide up. So these are just some notable changes. There is obviously changes across all sectors that are for the betterment of our business community and enjoyment of the tourist. For example, in orange tier, the restaurants are now at 50% capacity indoors, and they're still continuing to operate outdoors. But some of the more significant changes that we're really seeing with this particular change is starting to allow for a lot more gatherings. There is definitely a lot of conditions attached to it, and the more people that are allowed to gather, the more strings are attached. For example, ticketed venues with everybody having to show their vaccination can have a lot more people. This slide here shows the gatherings, which are social informal gatherings, where there is no defined guest list required and no testing vaccination required. So now in Tier 3, we're seeing that we can have up to 50 people gather without any restrictions. Obviously, some of the social distancing still applies as far as mask wearing at this point, but that is quite a significant change that we're seeing, and it will go up to 100 people in the yellow tier once we go that direction. Now, private events are now allowed. As you would see, these include meetings, receptions, and conferences. Required mitigation measures are a purchase of a ticket defined as a guest list, seating chart assigned, testing vaccination can increase capacity, and no intermingling of multiple parties at the event. So here you have new regulations in orange tier for outdoor or for indoor. So for outdoor, we have a maximum of 100 people. If all guests are tested, you could go up to 300 people. So now we're starting to get into numbers that do actually correspond to some type of capability for us to start having at least types of events with these new restrictions. So that's good news, and we'll have marketing update later today. As you have heard, the chamber is ready to move forward with music in the parks. So that's what we're looking at now in orange tier, but there's definitely a lot of indication that we will be moving down the tiers and hopefully in the summertime be fully open to start back with all of the events and the usual happenings at the City of Solvang. Now, moving on to the general plan update, just continue to remind everybody of where we are. We did hold the workshops a few weeks ago now, and we are continuing to ask for input. So there's still opportunity for folks out there who didn't have an opportunity to attend the workshops to please submit your surveys by going to our dedicated website, which is www.plansolvang.com. It only takes a few minutes. It's not a very long survey, but we really want your input on issues, opportunities, assets, and the vision, which will then be incorporated into a document that will be reviewed by the GPAC. The GPAC is the General Plan Advisory Committee, which is in the final stages of its formation. It consists of 2 council members, 2 planning commissioners, 2 design review committee members, and 9 members of the public. I have almost all of them have accepted their nomination, but I'm just waiting for the last 2, but I expect to have the full list public and available for everybody by the time the council meets again. And it's expected that the first GPAC meeting would be meeting about a month from now. So through that process, the GPAC will review all of the input from the community, which then will also be reviewed by the Design Review Committee from the perspective of the design element. It will then go to the Planning Commission and, of course, the City Council, which will create a statement of the vision and will set us up for the next stage of the general plan update, which would be the alternative choices. So here's where we are in existing conditions, this is where we want to go, and these are some of the opportunities of how the city of Solvang could get there. And so at that point, there will be yet again another series of workshops and opportunities to work with the community. Now, we continue to update the city's website to really get it to where it needs to be. We need to develop a brand, and the first thing for a brand, and we're not talking about citywide brand or vision that we're talking about with the general plan update and the design element update. Here we're talking about city government, and when anybody out there logs into our website or looks at correspondence from the city government, from the city hall, they know that it's coming from city hall. So we have a couple of logos here that have been, I think, dear to the community for a while that have a mermaid, but they are of not the digital quality that we need for some of the materials nowadays, so we need to either update those or create something else new. So we're going to put out a brief survey to our community to get some feedback as to whether this is the theme that the community wants to see or whether there's other ideas. And going from there, we'll work on a few options for logos and bring that to the city council, which will then dictate how the whole look and feel of the city website will feel, starting with this as the original brand. Now moving on to the advanced calendar. Once again, a reminder about the budget development, which is really where we are between now and the end of June. This is the budget time. We will in May have some discussion with council about the goals for the next year, and we'll bring to you based on the feedback that you provided at the last council meeting, reviewing operating programs, and the feedback that we will receive today. We will prepare a preliminary budget, which will include both the operating and capital improvement program budget for the next year. We'll be looking at that point for your feedback as to whether or not we have included everything that you would like to see going forward, and then we'll incorporate that into the final budget document for hopefully your adoption in June. Now, other items on advanced calendar are for the May 10th. We are almost there and happy to say that we will have a contract for your review and approval for the water and wastewater study, which is much needed. That will be about a year process to get to the end of the process in the Prop 18. We'll also have the horse-drawn convenience ordinance review and the Solvang trolley license renewal. The ordinance review would require 2 hearings if there's any adjustments, and then of course the trolley is licensed every year currently. Central Coast Public Bank feasibility study is new legislation, and there is some consideration among the counties of Monterey, San Luis Obispo, and Santa Barbara County. And this item is also being studied by the county and will be introduced to their board at some point, but this would be an informational item with a presenter from the group that is an advocate for such feasibility study. You'll also have the groundwater sustainability plan, which is just a presentation to bring you up to date on how this all came about and what's important about the groundwater sustainability and where we are in the process. That there will be public outreach going about it sometime in August, so this is timely for you to know where we are in that process. You'll also have the award construction agreement for South Alisal pavement reconstruction project. You've seen that through a few items in the funding process. And we'll also have good news, a resolution for a recreation grant, which would be the authorization to apply that would bring us about $180,000 towards projects in the parks. So that's really good news. We also have in June general plan fees update. That's a study that we are working on right now. The fees have not been updated, most of them since 2005 or even before. So that is a study that will help us with our budget and making sure that we do charge for the services that we provide within the general fund. We'll also bring to you for a policy direction the second stage of the wastewater treatment plant alternative. That's the larger part. That's about $10 million type of project. And we'd be asking you about your direction, whether you would like us to continue to work on alternative 3 or alternative 2. And then finally, we'll have the MOU between the City of Solvang and the City of Buellton for recreation is up for renewal. So that would be in front of you to discuss and renew. And that concludes my report.
All right, are there any questions of the city manager's report? How long was the MOU for the rec department before? Was that a 5-year?
I believe it is a 5-year. I don't have definitive, but yes.
Okay, that's all I had right now.
One question, if I may. When are the notifications going out to the GPAC people that made it and didn't make it?
Those have gone out. All of the GPAC applicants have been notified whether they
Today?
were selected. No, it was
I sat
last
with the
week.
gentleman that's on the GPAC last night, and he said he never got notified.
So there is only 2 people who have not responded out of the 9. They're both gentlemen. There is an email from last week that I sent out to everybody. Most have responded, 2 have not. So I would follow up this week with a phone call to them.
I'll check with him. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay, moving on to item number 3.
Okay, item number 3 is council comments, requests, and advance calendar. This was comments and requests from city council members. No action will be taken at this meeting.
We have any comments, meetings we attended? Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, so I attended the Cal City's legislative briefing on April 21st, and we were briefed in a series of bills. The first one is the SB 9, it's a proposed bill for housing development approvals. This one allows it makes the cities approve ministerially over the counter, no hearing needed, that if a parcel owner or a home owner wants to split their lot in 2 to allow for more housing, they can do that over the counter. The Cal City's position is that they're opposing it unless it's amended. They would like localities to have more control. Again, because every locality is different, they have different needs, there's different considerations. So these laws tend to be very broad, and they would like to have municipalities have ultimate say on what happens. AB 215 is also being proposed. Again, these are all pro-housing designations. AB 989 is the Housing Appeals Committee. So the way that the Housing Appeals Committee is that it would be chaired by somebody from the governor's office, and if there is development that is considered pro-housing, and it gets rejected by the local municipality, they can go to this Board of Appeals, and the Board of Appeals can override the decision of the local municipality. And the last one is the AB 1401. This is parking requirements that states that if a development is located close to public transportation connections, such as a bus stop or a train station, metro station, something like that, it does not have to conform to the parking requirements that are set by whatever jurisdiction. It does not specify if that is regarding on housing or a commercial building. So these are all bills that are being opposed by Cal Cities, just because we go through the lengths of establishing zoning ordinances and general plans, where we paint a picture of what the city is based on what our local residents want, and they just feel it's inappropriate for the legislature to set parameters without knowing, what our communities need, and that's about it. So, any
That's a lot.
questions?
Yeah, that is a lot, and I would like to add to that. Cal Cities has another bill that's come up that they're opposed to that I think we should write a letter. This one, the bill is SB 556, and what it says is any telecommunications company can come in, put up a cell tower on any existing telephone pole, light switch, not light switch, sorry, street lights, thank you. Or, stop lights, anything that exists, and we have no rights to say no. The state is getting a little bit carried away. I would like to suggest that we oppose this. It absolutely conflicts with the Federal Communications Committee regulations. It requires the city to allow space for this thing, and there's no local control over it at all. It's kind of like the RENA stuff with no local control over whether you can split properties or not. There's a number of things out there that I would like to suggest that we formally oppose. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Clark?
Speaking of opposing, I was on the council when the Central Coast Community Energy made their first pitch. At the time, it was called the Monterey Energy Group, but I wish that the previous council had done more homework on this, and they passed it, and I voted against it. Ms. Williams was very kind to make a nice presentation to us at the last council meeting, and I had asked her, and I emailed her the next day, because I said, you have said, and the pitch you made to us was that it would reduce rates, and you would be 100% renewable energy by 2030. And so at that meeting the next day, I emailed them and I said, can you please explain to us your plan for being 100% renewable by 2030, as you stated? And the response was, well, in general, we have focused on purchasing our power from clean and renewable sources. So that didn't quite give me my answer. And they've also made a commitment to no longer include any hydroelectric in 3CE's energy mix. So you have this large group of counties that will not be getting power from hydroelectric, and I didn't get my answer. They do have two contracts, one in Kern County and one in Kings County. So I guess I don't know if their plan is to completely cover the Central Valley where most of the produce is grown with solar panels, but I just don't think it works. And I wish that we could do our homework, and I think that residents should be able to look into, or at least explore, if this doesn't pan out, to opt out. So that's my take on 3CE. I sure hope we can have Danish Days back. This would be really, really good. And Zena mentioned the public bank things. I wish that the council and residents would do their homework about public banks and specifically look into the groups that are behind public banks. I don't think it's a good deal for a city like Solvang. No. I'm very, very opposed to public banks, so when we get down to that point. And lastly, my son was accepted to UCSB as an accounting major and economics major on Thursday, and I wanted to shout out and tell him I love him very much. And I'm very proud of him.
Oh,
Congratulations.
good, congratulations.
Let me ask you, Councilman Clark, the bank, this forming a bank, the only justification I can think of, and I've never seen it written down, and maybe you can support it if you've been researching it, is that because the cannabis operations are still not allowed, because they're illegal nationally, they're not allowed to go to some of the banking. Is that why this bank is being produced?
It's been around, no, this is way before cannabis. The idea of public banks has been around since the Depression and the New Deal. And communities, if you look at this history of Utah, how they actually did a good job of doing their own public bank during a Depression where they were bartering. You know, many states had their own scripts during the Depression as well. But the community banks have been on the table for several groups for much, much longer. I didn't even think about the cannabis connection there. That almost makes sense. But people knew the rules when they got their cannabis licenses, that it wasn't, the federal government doesn't recognize it, so it's their obligation to work on that, not a city's obligation to establish a bank for cannabis operators.
Understood. I was just curious if that wasn't one of the reasons behind it.
No, it wasn't.
That's not it. Thank you.
Any comments? Councilmember Thomas?
Thank you for covering the Cal Cities issues that I think we're all following. I appreciate that very much. I've been involved in the last week with a few issues out at Skip Mesa, which is something that's very active right now, and I just want the people who may be listening to know that we will keep addressing these issues to try and come to good fruition and make sure that everybody's happy and meets the standards, but allows those things that can be allowed.
Great, thank you. Nope. Just a couple of comments here. I attended the SBCAG meeting a week or so ago, and just a couple of the big takeaways were the member designated projects, which is the surface transportation reauthorization. That is going to be one of the projects to help continue funding Santa Barbara County's US 101 multimodal corridor project. It's the one that didn't require us having to use the funds in the year that we're trying to get it. It gives us 6 years to be able to utilize those funds. So that's the one that they've targeted. Matt, you'll probably be a part of the TAP for some of that. And then the other one that was, we received an update from SBCAG staff regarding the California Climate Change Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. And it's a draft plan called the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure, or CAPT. It was, yeah.
I was waiting for the acronym.
There you go. I had to put
Thank
that
you.
in, right? You're welcome. That was unveiled on March 10th. It basically builds on the executive orders that Governor Newsom signed in 2019 and 2020, targeting at reducing greenhouse gas emissions in transportation. And it's detailing how the state is recommending investing billions of discretionary transportation funds annually to aggressively combat and adapt to climate change while supporting public health, safety, and equity. So CAPT right now is going to be discouraging the use of single-occupant gas-powered vehicles while encouraging mode shift for everyone through accelerated investments into public transportation, which includes bus and rail, bicycle and pedestrian programs, and electric vehicle infrastructure. So that will be the document that serves to work all the efforts that we're going to be doing here in the Central Coast area. So those are probably, I guess, the only other one related to Caltrans is that Highway 1, where the road was washed out up there. That is about 3 months ahead of schedule to be opening. So my understanding is I believe it's supposed to be opening by the end of May as opposed to the end of August. So that was good news. Next month is Cycle Mania, as in Cycle May, M-A-Y. It's the entire month to promote bicycling to work and that mode of transportation. So that's coming up in Santa Barbara. So that was for SBCAG. And then just another update on the food bank. Last week on the April 20th, week 57, 322 households were served, which was down household-wise, but individuals were up. So there was 1,267 individuals, 61 of them for the first time. So that's going on again tomorrow. You guys, again, we want to thank Bethania, Linda Marzullo, Pastor Chris for coordinating all of that, and all of the volunteers that have been steadfastly going in the morning, afternoons, and in the evenings, taking care of our food insecurities for our Valley residents, and people helping people also for their efforts that they do on Thursday at the Mission. So I think that's all I have for comments at this point. Do we have any other ones before I, okay. So we can go ahead to item number 4.
Item number 4 is consent agenda. We have approval of agenda as presented, approval of minutes of the regular city council meeting on April 12th, 2021, Receive monthly fire department status report for the month of February 2021. Authorize city manager to send a letter to City of Goleta to extend library operating contract through June 2022. And Santa Ynez Valley Transit Bus Stop 8 upgrades award of construction contract.
Do we have any council members that wish to pull any items from the agenda? No, seeing none. Could entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as it's written.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morano?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Uhrig?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
All right. Moving on to regular business items, we first have a public hearing. Would you please read the title of agenda item 5?
Item number 5 is a regular business agenda, and it's a letter to Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors opposing approval of micro enterprise home kitchen operation ordinance. Wait, hold on.
Wait.
I think I am,
One ahead.
yes, I got one ahead. Item number 5 is actually the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Dispute Resolution. This is once again a standing item on the agenda, and it will continue to be so until there is a resolution. The council had a closed session earlier today, and we do not currently have any update on this item other than we do not have a current resolution. So this item will continue to be on the agenda, and staff will present information as needed in open meetings. That concludes this item, unless there's any
there-
questions.
Any comments for the report or the update? Any public comments at this time?
Would anybody like to speak on this item? There's nobody in the audience in person. If anybody would like to speak on the item from Zoom, please unmute yourself or raise your virtual hand. If you're on phone and you'd like to speak, you can unmute yourself by *6. See no public comment.
All right. And just a discussion item, no motion.
No motion, no action needed.
All right. Can we move on to item number 6?
Item number 6 is the letter to Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors opposing approval of microenterprise home kitchen operations ordinance. In summary, we have in the agenda opposition from the Chamber of Commerce, who have submitted a letter to the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County opposing that such an ordinance should be adopted by the Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors, stating that it is a hardship to local restaurants and businesses. Essentially what this microenterprise home kitchen operations ordinance would allow is having a mini restaurant cooking and serving from a private residence, which obviously is a competition and a hardship to our restaurants that are properly operating under all of the city's guidelines and who are very important to our local economy and ensuring that our downtown is viable and is very inviting to our tourists. So Chamber has probably a few words to say on this. There's also health and safety concerns because many of the regulations that apply to all of our restaurants do not apply to these micro kitchens that would be operated essentially just out of somebody's home. So there's very little enforcement, very little oversight, or even laws and regulations that apply to their operations. Now, we do also have a concern with the water and wastewater impact of these restaurants. Our licensed restaurants are required to have grease interceptors. So we do have an opinion from our public works that this would be a very difficult impact on our water and wastewater operations as well. And to end in summary, that only 4 counties in California have adopted this Merco ordinance, and those are Imperial, Lake, Riverside, and Solano. So there's very few counties in the existence of this law over the last couple of years that have actually moved forward with this. And the consideration here today in front of you is to consider whether you would like to authorize the mayor to send a letter opposing of this ordinance to the Board of Supervisors. That concludes my report.
Did we want to have,
We have public slip from the chamber, but we can also have Tracy here come up as part of the presentation, as they have definitely done a lot of research on this and have presented us with this information.
thank you for the staff report. Were there any questions of the staff report right now?
No.
No? Okay. And I do have one speaker slip, so Tracy?
I'm going to take my mask off for this one. Micro kitchens are going to impact the city of Solvang. I want you to know the chamber is adamantly against micro kitchens. And it is not about for competition, it is about the health and safety of our community and for our residents. I'm going to give you a little example real quick. Our packet is very well researched. Micro kitchens, yes, every resident in Solvang can have a micro kitchen in Skip Mesa, The Collection, or Janney Acres. Example, each home can do a micro kitchen. Skip Mesa houses can have a micro kitchen in sales of $50,000. Each backyard for outdoor with 30 cars coming a day or 60 a week. Coming to buy food, such as fried chicken, barbecue ribs, burgers, or gourmet steak dinners. This will impact the future of gated communities. We need to stop the nonsense right now within this. We have better ways of helping entrepreneurs in restaurants, working with Weave, Economic Ventures, our local colleges at SBCC, Allen Hancock. We have commercial kitchens right all over Santa Barbara County right now that are unused. We need everyone to reach out to their supervisors. Stop this on May 11th. We must stop the nonsense of having micro kitchens come down in Santa Barbara County. This is for the voters of our community, and we are speaking out to our residents to stop this and to take care of your community. This is not about competition to our restaurants. This is about how do we, with our health department, the health department guidelines, within city code enforcement, our sewer, and how does money get taken? So this is really about many other issues, and this is not about competition at all. This is about the safety and our residents, and we want you to hear that loud and clear to our community and to our residents, that this can happen in every community, cars coming and going. This is bigger than you think it is. And we, 4 years ago, in 2016, we stopped events from being in every one of our wineries with our Board of Supervisors. Now we're going just in the reverse. So remember that vote that was in November of 2016, that events were taken away in your, I like to say, all of our wine tasting rooms, our wineries that are out in the community. Now we're going to deal with this locally. So the chamber has, we think, done a good research project for you. We would like each one of you to sign on to a letter from your community, from our city council. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. Are there any other public comments out there?
Would anybody on Zoom like to speak on this item? Please raise your hand or unmute yourself. Looks like we have one hand raised. Justin?
Hi, if the micro kitchens, went by all the safety guidelines, would it be a problem?
Public comment.
This is public comment. If you would like to make a comment to state your position, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I think that, maybe the other kitchen alternatives are too expensive for some small entrepreneurs. So perhaps a micro kitchen would be a good alternative if they can manage to meet all the regulations.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for those comments.
Okay, would anybody else like to make a public comment on this item? Please raise your hand Want to meet yourself? Seeing no more public comments.
Are there any council members that have any discussion or questions regarding it?
Yeah, I had the opportunity to listen into the EHS meeting about the MECOS is the acronym. And there were several people that brought up several health issues. You're going to be doing it out of the refrigerator that you also live out of, and your kids come in, they don't wash their hands, and they handle the food. They don't know it's the food that they're supposed to be eating or the food that you're going to serve to somebody else. There was all of those. The grease trap is another issue, but let's talk about it as a city, from the city council point of view. It's going to cost us money to do this. We have parking ordinances, and we're going to violate them. Do we have to set up parking ordinances around a MECO kitchen, and do we have to have ADA requirements? All right, so if there's a fire, we're going to call out the local fire department. If there's an issue, they're going to call the city. The city is going to have to go to the responsible code enforcement, health department. Even if they're calling EHS to come out and take a look at it, this is still requiring city resources. And I think everything that Tracy said was valid, but there's more. From our point of view, it's going to cost us, and we lose control over the health and safety of the city, and so I am definitely opposed. Thank you.
All right.
And if I could, Tracy didn't want to mention the competition. I have a problem with the competition as well, between the safety and et cetera. Somebody puts their life, their heart and soul into their family business and running a restaurant or something like that. They do everything by the book, and then somebody can sell food out of their house. I just don't think it's fair to people that have existing businesses here in Solvang now, especially during COVID, when we were all trying to support a different restaurant every week. I just don't think that this is appropriate for a small town like Solvang.
Thank you. Any other comments?
I do wonder if it is a possibility from the county to, rather than just give a free-for-all, to give just a number of these licenses. I am completely on board with the fact that it is unfair that as a restaurateur, you spend $250,000, $500,000, a few $1,000,000 to follow all of the guidelines that are required to open an establishment, and then anybody can do it in their kitchen. On the other hand, many entrepreneurs would appreciate the opportunity to be able to have a startup that do not have the access to the capital to open their own restaurant for whatever given reason. And also, this is not a new concept. There are already permits issued to bakers or the people that make preserves, marmalades, things like that, and they are operating under their homes. What has been the impact of these businesses on the bigger commercial bakeries? I don't know. I would certainly think that there is an opportunity, if not to give permits to people in their houses, for people to have the opportunity to work with commercial kitchens that are established where they can use state-of-the-art equipment and start their own business while being able to do it in a safe way. So obviously I am biased. I am a culinarian, and there are many cooks that would love to have the opportunity to create their own employment at a time when full-time employment is not available. But I also know that, competition-wise is tough, and I also think that the county just doesn't have the capability to make sure that all of the kitchens are in compliance. I can think of many restaurants that do not follow the rules every single time. They only clean up whenever they know that the health inspector might be coming by. So if we cannot keep restaurants law compliant, much less can we keep track of all of these enterprises. I will go along with whatever the council feels it's appropriate, but at the very least, this needs to be revised. I'm in the position that everybody that wants to be an entrepreneur should have the chance to, whether they have the access of funds or not. And as champions of economic development, we should make that easier. But we should be careful when we are giving a free-for-all that endangers the safety and health of our community.
All right, any other comments? And my comment probably is just about the same of following through. I believe, we're having issues with restaurants that are trying to open now that may or may not be following guidelines that the city has set up, but to just have it be a open market, so to speak, I don't agree with that. I feel, again, as Mr. Clark and some of the other council members have expressed, that competition just isn't fair for those restaurants that are trying to open and do the right thing. And as Mayor Pro Tem Arona said, our health department can barely accommodate the complaints that are being driven right now for the restaurants and the other little entities out there. There's there's no way right now that they would be able to manage that in addition.
Can I add one little thing on that too? The timing is almost funny, because these restaurants have been getting beaten up so badly for 1 year, and things start to finally loosen up and they can open up and increase their capacity, then this comes along. It's just, I support our local businesses.
Yeah.
One last comment also is, as I understand it, this is a state law that the county has to opt into. You can't do it by city. So if the county, if Santa Barbara County says, we're going to have Miko's, we're stuck with that rule. So the suggestion that we send a letter signed by us, the mayor, whoever needs to sign it so it's official from us, I think is important. Thank you.
Agreed. Okay.
So the recommendation on this item from that procedural point of view, that this is really a letter to the Board of Supervisors stating a position. The recommendation was to authorize the mayor to send a letter to the Board of Supervisors stating the city's opposition for county adoption of an ordinance allowing micro-enterprise home kitchen operations.
All right. Can I have a motion for that?
Is it a resolution?
This is not a
Just- no.
resolution, this is just a letter.
Just a letter?
To the board.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll move that we send a letter.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, I move that we authorize the mayor to send a letter to the Board of Supervisors stating the city's opposition to the county's adoption of an ordinance allowing micro-enterprise home kitchen operations in Solvang.
Is there a second?
Second.
Can we have a roll call?
Councilmember Clark,
Yes.
Councilmember Infante,
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Arona,
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas,
Yes.
Mayor Urick.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Now, moving on to item number 7.
Item number 7 is the Skid Mesa policy direction establishing level of enforcement for CCNRs in this development. The Skid Mesa is a landscaping and lighting maintenance district. There's a property tax that's levied annually to provide exactly those services to this community, which is landscaping and lighting only. The development is subject to covenants, conditions, and restrictions, CCNRs, which include the design guideline manual, which was provided to you in the agenda packet. And the city has the right, but not the obligation, to enforce the CCNRs. We have been dealing with a number of issues within this neighborhood that's coming out of that community. And we had recommendations presented to the Planning Commission at the last Planning Commission. And those issues were categorized, if we could pull up the slide, into issues with accessory structures, dwellings, and sheds, and those were mostly sheds that some people want to have and some people have an issue with, but we do have regulations that apply to that. In the municipal code, there's also the recreational vehicle storage, which once again, there are some regulations in the municipal code that would apply. There's front yard landscaping changes that we discussed of going to drought-tolerant type of landscaping, and also revised side yard landscaping and fencing types and location that some homeowners have just moved out their fences beyond their original placement when the development was put in place. And then there's also the color or architectural changes and the accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and the general accessory dwelling units. And those are, of course, subject to state law and not the city regulation. So the recommendations that were presented to the Planning Commission and are presented to the City Council tonight from myself and the City Attorney are that the City of Solvang will enforce the municipal code of the City of Solvang, just as we do enforce the municipal code with all other neighborhoods throughout the city. That we will maintain existing landscaping boundaries and will not allow expansions of fences beyond their original placement, because that really changes the landscaping makeup of the neighborhood that we actually levy taxes for and maintain. But the recommendation is that the city will not enforce CCNRs, including the design element manual. If enforced, and if that's the council direction, then the enforcement of CCNRs is probably the most time-consuming element within all of these issues that become controversies in the community or in that neighborhood, in that development. And enforcement of such CCNRs would require a significant influx of funding from general fund taxes from citywide taxes towards this community. So you're looking at full-time code enforcement, consistent response. You're also looking at staff time of evaluating the design element and other CCNRs, providing responses, and there's also, of course, the potential for appeals based on the staff's original interpretation. So we recommend that the council consider not enforcing CCNRs because that is not something that is being funded by this community specifically. The CCNRs can be up to each individual, enforcement of CCNRs can be up to each individual homeowner in the community, and that is the recommendation that we still would like to make today. The Planning Commission recommendation was that the CCNRs should be enforced by the city. However, you as the council are the ultimate authority for allocating tax dollars to such an enforcement. That concludes my report, and myself and the city attorney are available for any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the staff report at this time?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante.
Lot. Would you do me a favor and put that last slide back up on the screen? I'm a little confused by a couple of things. We should enforce municipal code, fine, maintain existing landscaping boundaries. Now, if somebody has already moved a fence, are we going to make them move it back?
So yes, thank you for clarifying that, and that was a nuance that we did present to the Planning Commission, is that if a fence has already been moved, we will not require that to be moved back. We have instances where there is a fence, and behind the fence there's a pool or any other structures, so we will not be requiring people to move back. However, going forward as policy direction, we're asking not to allow any more expansion of the fences outside of the original siting.
Okay. The last comment on there, we will not enforce CCNRs. You made the statement that the residents can enforce CCNRs under a homeowners association. Individuals can't, can they?
Yes.
City attorney?
Yes, they can actually. They have the ability under the CCNRs explicitly to enforce them individually, and there's a provision for attorney's fees if they're successful as well.
Wow.
And that's not uncommon for CCNRs to have individual enforcement in the absence of an HOA. An HOA is an entity that is set up to make it easier for that process. But typically conditions, covenants, and restrictions are imposed on property and can be enforced by anyone who has a beneficial interest in them. So the individual property owners at Skip Mesa do have that right under the CCNRs.
Okay, so let's go back to one other question then. If, as a recent case, the manager of the planning department, planning director, approves a color change, and the rest of the group in Skip Mesa doesn't like it, can someone cause that to be reversed?
There are a couple ways that they could go through that. They could file their own lawsuit against the property owner, asserting that it is not in conformity with the CCNRs, the design manual as incorporated by the CCNRs, or other provisions that they believe to have been violated in that situation. Ultimately, the city's obligation runs from the municipal code. It does not run from the CCNRs. The city is not party to the CCNRs, nor did the city agree in those CCNRs to enforce the design manual. That is something that the declarant of the original CCNRs placed in there. The city may have in the past participated in that process, but that is a matter of policy. That's not a matter of either municipal code or contractual obligation by the city.
But in this particular case, a representative of the city approved a change. So if someone in Skip Mesa didn't like that change, they get to sue the city?
No, they would go after the other property owner for that, because the approval in that situation is a determination, does this comply with the city's responsibilities under the city's municipal code? If there's nothing stated or nothing in the city's obligations, then the city can go ahead and say, yes, that's fine within the city. In other words, say, for example, there was something in the city's regulations that says a shed of less than 120 square feet can be built in the city. If that's compliant within the city, then it's up to the individual property owners to determine whether or not it's a violation of the CCNRs, because it's not a violation of the municipal code. And the city's hook, if you will, for enforcement is the municipal code. So there has to be something under the municipal code for the city to go in and enforce. And if there's either a zoning ordinance or if there's a provision under the design manual that explicitly allows the city, then the city can go in and enforce.
May I ask a question? When you mentioned that on the municipal code, the city of Solvang, you cannot park a 36-foot sailboat in your driveway, right?
The sailboat I have not looked up. I have looked up the RVs specifically. And
Well, that's what I was getting to that.
There are restrictions on where you can park the RVs.
Right. And that's been one of the biggest complaints that I've heard coming out of Skip Mesa is the color of one house and the RVs. And the RVs is already covered under municipal code, correct?
Correct. And there are provisions in the CCNRs that regulate the height of RVs that can be parked and where they can be parked. But ultimately, if the city's municipal code is not being violated and it's just something under the CCNRs, the property owners have the ability to enforce that amongst themselves.
Got it.
Now, that's the current state of affairs. They certainly can band together, and we've prepared a research memorandum for the Planning Commission. They don't have a meeting until May, but essentially it outlines how the homeowners at Skip Mesa could form an HOA, and essentially they can band together, form their own HOA, amend the CCNRs, take the city out of the equation altogether, and they can have an enforcement mechanism on their own.
Go nuts. Councilmember Infante, I'm sorry, it was just one question. You weren't done.
No, I was done, thank you.
Okay.
Shut me down.
Okay, so I do have another question. Is there any other neighborhood, not the commercial, not TRC? We all know that the city regulates what the TRC looks like because it's in everybody's benefit that it does well because it attracts visitors. Is there any other neighborhood with CCNRs that imply that the city can regulate what they look like? Is there any other neighborhood like that?
I think the Village Collection has some provisions in its CCNRs regarding review of the conditions of approval. I have not seen the Village Collection CCNRs, though, in a long time. I just know that there was a provision that came up at one point where there was, again, kind of a similar thing. The city has the right but not obligation, but I would not be able to confirm that for sure. Thinking elsewhere in town, I'm not sure that anything jumps up specifically on that.
Okay, Matt, you have a...
Matt, please step forward.
Good evening, Mayor Yurg and council members. Matt Vanderlinden, your Public Works Director and City Engineer. Yeah, I just wanted to mention in answer to your question, Councilmember Arona, there are two other residential developments in Solvang that have homeowners associations and have CCNRs, and the homeowners association enforces the CCNRs. And those two neighborhoods are, as the city attorney said, the Village Collection off of Alisal Road here, and also Nyborg Estates. Yeah, so those are the two that I'm aware of in the city. Yeah.
My understanding is that there was, way back before the city became the city, CCNRs for Sunrise Village, back in the 80s when that was getting built. But I think that's gone by the wayside. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, so my understanding is that the BAR, now we don't have the BAR, we have a BDC, is mentioned in the CCNRs. Like there's a process for going up to the BAR saying, I want to paint my house in rainbow bright palette. Is this appropriate or not? And they can decide if that's appropriate or not, and they have to go by that decision, correct?
I think the way it works, and I'd have to go back and look at the CCNRs. There are two sets of CCNRs at Skip Mesa, and so I try to keep both of them in my head, but on detailed questions like that, I'd want to go back and look at it. But the way it does it is it makes reference to the design manual, which is this document right here. That sets forth various issues like that, and there are provisions whereby the BAR or DRC may be able to review that under the design manual. I have not gone through the design manual at that level of detail, though. The issue that we were looking at is more the enforcement of the CCNRs and whether the city, as a policy matter, should be using taxpayer money to enforce the CCNRs when the individual property owners have that right themselves.
Okay, so back to enforcement then, because we can talk about whether something goes with the theme or not. So there is a resource of going to court if Councilmember Infante and I are neighbors and I hate the way that his house looks, then I would take him to court so that the judge can decide whether his house is appropriate or not.
That is one of the options. Another one of the options, although I suspect it would not be exercised, is the original developer of the property at Skip Mesa has a provision in the CCNRs whereby the developer can enforce those CCNRs and enforce those issues to maintain the consistency of the neighborhood. I suspect the original developer of the property has no interest in doing that any longer. So it falls to the individual property owners to do that because they've got the right but not the obligation to do it, or the city, which also has the right but again not the obligation.
Plus, I don't think the original developer is still involved, is he?
Yeah, I think they ended up going through bankruptcy at one point.
Yeah, and somebody else took over. That's what I thought.
Do we know if there was a color palette in the CCNRs?
There was originally in the.
I don't think it's in the CCNRs. I think there is in the design manual, though.
Yeah, but the design manual, I mean, it mentions, say, certain styles of architecture, and it mentions certain colors in some things, but there's a lot of variations, and there's this little clause that says that it encourages diversity with compatibility. So it wants all the houses to look somewhat different, but be harmonious. And there's just...
But at what shade, how do you determine that on a shade of color?
Well, my
Of
guess...
what that color shade may be? I mean, you can say it's red, you can say it's blue, you could say it's purple. But
yeah.
are you looking at different colors or shades? Are you looking at compatibility with the city and the community?
It's not only compatibility with the city, but also the landscape and a lot of different things. So my guess is that whoever sits on the BAR at the time decides this is what works, and that might vary over time.
And I can tell you, when I was on the BAR, we had 2 or 3 skit homeowners come in and ask for landscaping, colors, things of that nature. We went through those selections with them and chose the ones that they agreed with it, and everything was fine. It was according to the manual. What I'm not sure in that design manual, did it come out with the very first sale of the very first house? Because I don't know what the date on that is versus the first sale. So there may be, and that's what I thought I remembered the gentleman saying that was painting his house a different color, was that didn't exist when he bought, because he was one of the first buyers.
The review that I have of the CCNRs indicate that they were recorded with the county on June 5th, 2006. The design manual has a date that it went to the BAR of September 15th, 2004. So it appears to have predated the CCNRs and was incorporated by reference into the CCNRs.
When was the first house sold?
2008?
it would have been after the CCNRs
So-
were recorded.
So the CCNRs are there, the design manual was there, okay, good.
Yeah, and the design manual is explicitly defined in the CCNRs. Let me get you the exact language for it. It says, design manual shall mean and refer to the Skip Mesa Design Manual, which was prepared by declarant in compliance with a condition of approval imposed by the city for the development of the project and which was adopted by the city on September 15th, 2004.
Thank you.
My understanding was that in the first phase of that section there, most of the homes along the perimeter were supposed to be more in the natural muted tones, because those, also they were limited to single stories, because they wanted to be, if you could see across from Highway and some of the other residents, you could see they wanted to have those homes be somewhat consistent with what is over on this side. And then it was only with the Craftsman style that they added in there, that allowed to have some of the other colors that were not part of that muted white and browns and stuff. That was where some of the grays and the blues.
Yeah, there's a real variety of colors out there, so.
There is. Are there any other questions or discussion right now? I guess one of the questions that I had then, just when, unless it was actually discussed when I was out, was, are there any provisions for some of the homes? It appeared that our planning department let permits out for certain things to happen, and they did. And my understanding in looking at all of these documents is that it wasn't supposed to be at the planning level. It was supposed to actually go to the planning commission first for some of these things, as well as at the time the BAR, but now the BDC, or design review committee from last year. That was what I thought I read into some of the CCNRs and especially for the color changes that were allowed to happen.
I would have to go back and take a look at the actions that came before each of those bodies. The review that I've done at this point is of the CCNRs and the design manual. If the city did some of that in the past, it may have been in connection with the interpretation by the planning department at that time as to maybe the planning director was uncomfortable in making a determination. And I know I've had conversations with at least one planning director over the years where controversial issues have been put to the planning commission because there is a provision in the municipal code that allows that reference to the planning commission. Whether it's actually required under the design manual or the CCNRs, I couldn't tell you, but the CCNRs cannot impose upon the city an obligation to do anything. Those are private property. They were imposed by the original developer on the property. And if they made reference for the city to, have a parade on every Sunday in Skip Mesa, there's nothing that the city would have to do to comply with that unless it agreed to do so.
Okay. All right. There's no further discussion up here. Is there any comments out? I do not have any speaker slips. Anybody wishing to speak in the audience at this time?
Yes, I'd like to speak. I'm a resident. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can we just, I have a few, if we are talking on Zoom, the first person to raise hand was Kevin D. Please go ahead.
Hi there, thank you, Zena. Hi, I'm Kevin Donnelly. I'm a resident up here at Skip Mesa. I'm one of the first phase residents. I purchased this home from the original buyer in 2017. I'm on the exterior of Skip Mesa facing 246 and facing the town. And I live right next door to the house that we could spend all night debating whether it's blue or purple. But at this point is very inconsistent with the design guidelines and the expectations of the neighborhood. So I'd like to just speak tonight and urge you to come up with some policy direction. I've been dealing with the city on this issue since early February. I have painted my house. I purchased this house in 2017 with my wife and daughter. We love Skip Mesa. It's a beautiful community. We love the city, and we chose this area for its beauty and its people. And we were also very, fell in love with the aesthetics here. And we've all been very comfortable with this purchase of the house and the CC&Rs that came along with it, because it would provide some type of protection for us, to kind of maintain that beauty and aesthetics into the future. We've been, just to back up a little bit, the city did require, when we painted back in 2019, that we get a permit. They also required several of our neighbors get a permit. We all paid $150 and went through the process. So there was some precedent set here that, made us all within at least this block here on Myrtle Court and some of the surrounding community feel like we had to go to the city to get approved to make any types of changes that we would like to do to our house, specifically with color. And so therefore we went to the city, the design manual was pulled out, we looked at the color templates, and specifically because we are on the exterior of the community, we were required to use a certain color palette or stay very, very close to that color palette. We were approved and then subsequently painted our house. And if you were to come up here, and I would invite all the council people to drive up to Myrtle Court and take a look, see what you think. Do we have a harmonious neighborhood anymore? And if the city council is going to walk away from this and not, have staff do anything in the future, then what colors are we going to have in the neighborhood moving forward? And are we going to still have this aesthetic beauty of Skip Mesa? So, on a personal note, I really urge you guys to come up with some type of process that we can all understand. Because I've been going back and forth with city staff, like I said, since the early February, and you guys have made so many missteps, it's not even funny. Now what am I gonna do? Am I gonna go sue a homeowner next door to me because I don't like his color and make him spend another, tens of thousands of dollars to change the color? No, but we could have solved this early on together. And in my opinion, the whole process was bungled. So with that, I appreciate your time tonight. And I'll give it on to the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Donnelly.
All right, next up we have Justin Lancaster. Please go ahead.
Hi. The first thing I want to comment is I appreciate the slide that you guys showed. I thought those recommendations were very reasonable. I'm a Skip Mesa resident. We live in the interior. I haven't seen the Purple House, and I don't really know what the issue is. But I'm more concerned about asking the city to do things that they're not really obligated to do in terms of enforcing the CC&Rs of our neighborhood. I don't really want to invite that, and I don't want to go down the path of having an HOA just because one neighbor doesn't like the other neighbor's house. I think those two people should sort it out themselves.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up we have Kristen Kellner.
Hi, this is Kristen Kellner. I'm a resident of Skip Mesa. I'm not sure which phase I'm in, 2 or 3, I believe. I spoke at the Planning Commission meeting. Originally, I didn't have a very a large stance on the enforcement of the CCRs because I felt that the city would be enforcing the city ordinance and that would be enough for this neighborhood. Yet my experience is that the city isn't enforcing city ordinance in this neighborhood. And it's concerning to me that if we don't have someone assisting us on the CCRs and they're also leaving us high and dry on the city ordinance, where do we go as residents when we can't even rely on the city to enforce its own city code? That's extremely concerning to me, and it actually just pushes me in more in the direction of feeling that we do need the CCRs and we do need the support from the city to enforce them. There's been so much inconsistency in this neighborhood, and that's why residents are confused. They see one neighbor being allowed to do something and another neighbor is not. And like Kevin Donnelly said earlier, we need consistent policy and direction. I absolutely agree with that. And it just is really upsetting to attend a planning commission meeting and hear them recommend that the city follows its own procedure. I don't even understand why that was up for debate, yet the planning commission approved that, and yet it's not happening, at least not in my personal situation. And it's, I just don't understand. Now I'm suggested that I sue my neighbor when it's a clear violation of city ordinance. That makes no sense. I feel like there's a bias against this neighborhood, and we need consistency, and we're part of the city, we're part of Solvang, and we need the city to support us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Sherry Noble.
Yes, Sherry Noble, I'm in phase 2 of Skip Mesa, and I also spoke at the Planning Commission, and I agree with a lot of what Kristen and Kevin have said. Because I could hold up my, documents that were stamped by the County of Santa Barbara 2012 as an original homeowner. I also went to the city before my house was painted because I had a lot of trouble just as a new homeowner getting things done. And then I think what happened, I walk a lot around the neighborhood and everyone's like, well, there's no one working at the city anymore. So it's kind of, never someone to enforce. So we might as well do what we're going to do. And I know Skip Mesa is kind of getting this reputation, but we really kind of felt left in the lurch. And so who do we go to if there's no one in the city, working? The planning department looked like it was kind of closed. I don't know where all the people went. And so I kind of felt abandoned, too. And then, we want to get along. We want to be good neighbors. And so I do go to the city and ask. I wanted to expand my fence to be equal with my neighbors. And, that's what kind of started me first asking, well, who do I ask about that? And now I can do it, which is interesting, but that's okay. If that's the one you're going to enforce. However, I think we do need to look at RVs, the municipal code, where do the CCNRs and the municipal code work together to make it understandable for the homeowners. And I just don't want to be abandoned by my city that I love, that I want to maintain the quality and the aesthetics of our neighborhood. So please support us up here.
Thank you very much. Is there any other?
If anybody else would like to make a comment on this item, please raise your hand at this time or unmute yourself. Somebody trying to talk?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Please state your name.
Go ahead.
Please state your name. We can hear you.
My name's Pat Kelly. I'm a resident of Skip Mesa. So first off, I'm disappointed that it was sort of rolled over what the Planning Commission recommended. Aaron Peterson at the Planning Commission said when the economy was good, you guys bought into the CCNRs and approved those for both phases. And he was sort of upset a couple weeks ago when that happened.
Yeah, I'm listening to what people are saying. I spoke.
We have somebody else unmuted.
I didn't get into detail.
We can hear.
Oh, sorry. That's me.
Okay. But the Planning Commission recommended that the city enforce the CCNRs, and that's sort of getting brushed over in this discussion. But bottom line, the city in April of 06 and November of 12 approved the CCNRs. We bought under the auspice the city was going to enforce those. All the residents signed the CCNRs, and it's Dodge City up here. The residents now are doing whatever they want. They're not looking at the CCNRs that were approved. If you drove through the neighborhood, I'll throw this out, it looks like flying flags. RVs are getting put everywhere. Now, within the CCNRs, it talks about 8 feet height. Okay, that trumps the city ordinance, which just says behind a 6-foot fence. So now we've got these huge RVs, and they can pull it right to the side of your house, and you look at your backyard, you see an RV. They're also driving over the city easements. We were told the city owns the easement, the sidewalk, the grass. They're just driving over it onto their front yard and parking in the backyard. These are multi-million-dollar homes, and it's an eyesore. So bottom line is, I think what the recommendation that the Planning Commission gave that you guys should look at, whoever presented it early on with the 2 PowerPoints sort of danced over that. But, you know, we bought under the auspice that the city would be responsible for the CCNRs. And, you know, it'd be great if you guys would be accountable to that and not just drop us. Because I do love solving, but it's up here, it's really looking ugly. But that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Would anybody else like to make a comment on this agenda item? Raise your hand or unmute yourself. See no further comment.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that those residents, I feel bad for them that they're unhappy with how
Who
some
is
people
speaking,
behave.
please?
Can
I'm sorry, this is
whoever
Jeff.
whoever is speaking, please identify yourself?
Sorry. Yeah, this is Justin again, the Skip Mesa resident in the middle. And so, yeah, I know it stinks when your neighbors don't.
Justin,
yes.
Everybody just gets one chance at this point, so you've already spoken.
Okay, I'm sorry.
See no further comment.
All right. Are there any comments of the council?
But did one of the callers just mention that when they bought their house, they were under the impression it was the city's responsibility to enforce CCRs? Is that what the person said?
Yeah.
Yeah, he also said that all the property owners signed the CCNRs. That's not how CCNRs typically get adopted. The declarant or the original property owner who subdivided Skip Mesa is the only one who signed those CCNRs. And the CCNRs say explicitly that the city has the right but not the obligation to enforce the CCNRs. So I'm not sure where the impression came that the city had signed on to enforce the CCNRs under all circumstances. I can't control what property owners were told by their realtors when they purchased a piece of property.
Correct.
In my experience, sometimes, however, that information is not correct. The CCNRs are a matter of public record. They're recorded at the county recorder's office. Anyone buying into Skip Mesa would have access to them. Whether or not they were provided those CCNRs by their realtor or by their title company is something I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Dave.
Any other comments?
Yes. So clearly, I think it's in everybody's best interest to spend some time to get on the same page, because there's a lot of misinformation, a lot of misunderstandings that need to be cleared up. It's really bad that it's terrible that we don't have anybody here, or maybe we do. I don't know, Mark. Perhaps you've dealt with this before, to show us how historically this has been dealt with. It is possible that it was dealt in a way that was somehow taken on but not written down legally, like we were taking on an enforcement role that might not have been appropriate or might not have been required. And it's too bad that now this is an unfair situation where somebody said, well, I follow these rules that I was told. How come these people don't have to follow these rules? So I think first we need to, it would be great if everybody can get on the same page to see what this all means. I am a bit uncomfortable with the fact that we have a nice neighborhood that that we are being asked to police, to, in a way that we do not police other neighborhoods. City ordinances, resolutions, things that are in the code that are our responsibility, yes, absolutely, we should be dealing with that across the board in the same way. But when it comes to things that say the city could enforce this, but doesn't have to, and that is requiring additional staff time, additional resources, and it's only benefiting a neighborhood, and we are not applying the same resources to make all of the other neighborhoods look nice, it just doesn't seem fair. I'm very uncomfortable with that. Why should we spend the time to make a place look nice when we don't do the same for other neighborhoods? And I'm not talking about the DRC, the commercial that is different. We police that because it's in the code. It is required of us. It is the series of city ordinances. It's not the same with neighborhoods. And again, maybe if we all attended a workshop and got on the same page, this would be easier to deal with. But what do you guys think?
Any other comments? Or thoughts?
I have a tendency to agree with Clow. I think she's right. We shouldn't, we probably shouldn't be spending a whole lot of money maintaining one part of the city over any other, TRC accepted. But we've done some things in the past that have set a precedence, and that's what bothers me about it. So we have to make some decisions.
I think going forward, that's probably going to be the toughest thing. There are definitely some violations that are out there just to hopefully alleviate some of the concerns that the residents out there are addressing tonight and that we've seen through emails and texts and all types of correspondence to us as council members. Some of those are probably pretty easy fixes, and that might be the best place just to start right now, because code enforcement, we finally have. The city has not had a code enforcement officer to even go up and address any of the issues involving boats in the front yard, trailers in the front yard, RVs in the front yard. Side yards is another matter. The CCNRs are specific that the height, maximum height, can only be 8 feet. And I don't know any RV or trailer that is under that other than the pop-up type trailers. And so then that wouldn't be an issue, because normally those are only about 4.5 feet height, and they're going to be totally hidden behind a 6-foot fence. But our municipal code calls for a 6-foot high fence in the front of any type of trailer or RV or boat. But some of the other issues that they're addressing are going to be a little bit, maybe something we're going to have to start discussing in a little bit, and not try to make a decision on those right now. But we definitely have a code enforcement officer right now that can go up and start meeting with the people and the residents up there. I would suggest that would be one of the things that we do, and start, it could be something where we lay out some, I was kind of envisioning maybe we lay out some guidelines tonight that we can have go out with a water bill, so that every single one of them can see the water bill and can see some of the discussion items that we're discussing now without having to necessarily have a meeting. But we know that all of those residents up there are concerned. I have some concerns as well. Obviously, driving over city-owned property, destroying stuff like that, that's not appropriate. It should never have happened. Sadly, it has happened, and we will try to address that for those there. But in the meantime, maybe.
Has there been any code enforcement up there at all? Because we've had complaints for a while now. Has code enforcement ever been up there?
Code enforcement has moved into the neighborhood and is working the cases now that are under municipal code following the last hearing of the planning commission. So yes, there's been
Municipal
progress,
code,
but
some
yes.
of the items that the mayor is just referring to.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
For me, I have some strong feelings going both directions. I kind of feel in some ways that the city is responsible, being that way back we decided, that's the agreement we gave to the builders to be able to go ahead and build a project. We developed CCNRs, and even though we did not necessarily say we would be out there enforcing it, I think it was kind of an expectation that that would happen. And it hasn't. And then in the meantime, we've had a lot of projects that are under question right now that we've actually approved. And now we're telling them that they can't do it. Those are some big concerns right now of who's going to be responsible for getting everybody back on track and trying to see the vision of what Skip Mesa was originally. So I'm kind of leaning towards enforcing some of the CCNRs that they had, that the Planning Commission had mentioned. I think, I had it in here somewhere.
Well, here's a thought. There's already a special assessment district there that takes care of water and landscaping and things like that. Those residents pay more because the city provides the service. And is that right? That's the city administering those services, right? It's not.
It's a landscape and lighting maintenance district, so that was also imposed as one of the conditions of approval of the original development, so that the landscaping and lighting costs of the development are funded by the homeowners rather than the city. The city provides the services, but is paid from the funds of that assessment district.
Okay. Well, I am just wondering if the residents feel like they would like the city to be more involved in not only lighting and landscaping, but also cosmetic review or things like that. Maybe that is something that can be worked into that district. It can be reassessed whatever it costs to maintain all of these things. If we're gonna be having extra staff that reviews and enforces all of these things, that can be worked into their assessment. Because I'm trying to, or the other option is that they figure it out themselves and they build an HOA and then it's 100% resident controlled. After all, they're the ones that they live there.
Right. The difficult policy decision for the council is, I would say, primarily a budgetary one. How much general fund money do you want to spend to enforce the CCNRs of a private housing development? And if the Village Collection or Nyborg Estates comes in and says, you have the right but not the obligation, we want you to start enforcing. Then the rest of the community that doesn't have CCNR says, well, why is code enforcement not paying any attention to the 8-foot RV in my neighbor's backyard? Why is it all at Skip Mesa or Nyborg or Village Collection? So it is a thorny situation, I will admit, but I will tell you as well that the minute the code enforcement officers start citing for some issues like oversized sheds, those people will complain and say, I didn't move into this city to be hounded by code enforcement. So there is no win for the city in this situation. So what we, and primarily me as the city prosecutor, I look first and foremost, is there a public safety and health issue involved? If they're tearing up city streets and it's causing danger to pedestrians, that's something that I am willing to go file a criminal complaint in the courts with. If I, however, were to go and file a criminal complaint alleging a misdemeanor violation of a paint color, it would be a much more difficult path going through the courts to have the courts enforce that. That courts will look at as a private property dispute, and the private property owners have mechanisms in their CCNRs to enforce that on their own. So you can tell my office from a budgetary standpoint what areas you would like as far as code enforcement, but I have to make an independent determination as the city prosecutor whether or not I can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt from a criminal standpoint if I'm going to file it. From an administrative standpoint, there's a whole procedure as well that if we fine people for violations in the municipal code, they can go to court and try to have that overturned as well. So ultimately, the city does have a number of tools for code enforcement, but they have to be exercised judiciously, and we have to keep in mind the budgetary situation because those are general fund dollars.
Well, that's why we get the big bucks, make these decisions. Do we have anybody that wants to present a motion on anything, or are we at that point yet?
My opinion would be, now that we have code enforcement, let's work on the municipal codes and start maybe being a little bit more aggressive in that. Maybe that'll add some normalcy, and the community will feel like, okay, we're making progress. Maybe some of the other neighbors will pick up on that and go, all right, I better get my house in order. I have to laugh when somebody says we have a bias towards Skip Mesa. I'm like, where did that come from? I don't think we have a bias towards any registered voters. But I don't think that I wanted to put that lid back on that can of worms when we started getting off on different colors and things like that. Goodness, they've got CCRs, we've got municipal codes. Let's focus on the municipal codes. Let's show the residents we're working on that, and start from there, instead of starting to enforce CCRs, and the money's not there for it.
If that's in the form of a motion, I'd certainly second it.
We could make it a motion. To have the city focus on municipal codes right now, get a little bit more aggressive, and then reassess this in 60 days.
Okay.
Second.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Infante?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Morano?
Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Yurek?
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Right. Moving on to item number 8.
Item number 8 is the next step in the policy direction. Oh, actually, item number 8 is the monthly marketing update from IDK.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you so much for having me. Sorry for the weird lighting. It's dark in here.
You look good in the dark.
Pardon?
You look good in the dark, Scott.
Thank you. Anyway, thank you for having me. It has been a incredibly busy month for my team. By way of quick introduction, obviously we have Susie, our project manager, Jamie, our social media manager, Anna in PR, and we have been working our little tails off. So as I mentioned in the last couple of meetings, we've obviously, it takes us a little while to get sort of to readjust to the ever-changing COVID requirements. So, we worked with the city attorney to understand the then current requirements a month or so ago. And, I was happy to hear from the county of Santa Barbara that they're adopting some pieces of the state's requirements for ticketed events, which is great. However, obviously a lot of the events that come through Solving are unticketed. So we're working very closely with with the county and the state to better, I think, like many in our industry, to better understand what the unticketed events guidance looks like. So as we work to figure that out, we've obviously shifted over the last couple of months to focus on bringing, really good quality filming opportunities to Solving. Obviously, Solving has been a film destination for a long time, going back to several years ago. The Bravo TV show that came to town. Obviously, the Christmas film that was filmed here in Solving just past this past December of 2019. So to that end, as you know from our last chat, we've worked very closely with the Food Network to pitch Solving as an opportunity for Dinner Impossible with celebrity chef Robert Irvine. Part of that kind of script, if you will, is a celebration of the 110th anniversary of Solving. So we worked very closely with them and the Overboy to make sure that the show is not just using Solving in a performative way, but using Solving in a really educational and culturally appropriate way. So we delayed the filming by almost a month so that we could make sure that we had all the elements in place. And I'm happy to report, as many on the council already know, that is moving forward. So it's going to be a very large production. So I ask both for the council's patience and the towns as we bring several, many hundreds of room nights worth with hotel rooms for the crew that's coming in from outside. And then obviously their space that they need for backup house and the filming itself, which will happen in Solving Park. I'm very excited. We're basically building a small festival in celebration of the 110th anniversary of Solving. We wish we could do it for the public, but obviously with COVID requirements, it's a made-for-TV festival. So, we do ask, obviously it will be very exciting. There's tons of cameras around. Celebrity chef Irvine will be present filming. You know, and we would never ask the public to sort of stay away, but we just ask that they respect the boundaries that will be in place, the physical barriers that are in place, so that, you know, the filming can happen. And it is a real challenge. I mean, he's given 8 hours to pull off an impossible task. So anyway, we're excited about that. I do have a question that we can cover here in a little bit for the city attorney, just around the guest list. You know, since the entire council will be present, we want to be very respectful of Brown Act. So making sure that we understand whether, you know, the council needs to be seated together or we need to split them up. You know, I want to ask that question, but we'll get through the rest of the marketing report first. So excited about Dinner Impossible. Looking forward to that, which is coming here in a week. Right on the heels of that, we have a really exciting show with Jeff Goldblum and Disney. I'm excited about that. That will be filming predominantly at the Overhoy and is a you know, very cultural, fun, educational hour-long show starring Jeff Goldblum, who I love. And then in June, we have Amazon coming to town with their show with Al Pacino and Jordan Peele. Jordan Peele? Shit. Yep, thank you. My team I'm terrible with celebrities. That will be coming on June 5th. We're excited about that. That will be the mid-season finale of the show Hunters. They're doing a big celebratory moment in the town. If you haven't seen it, it's a great show. So we're excited about that. So we have those things in the works. And, you know, on the back end of that, obviously we're working through, there's several car shows that have been chomping at the bit to come back to town. We have a marathon that's chomping at the bit to come back to town. Fall Fest has reached out to us. We've chatted with them and the city manager. So we'd like to begin working through, you know, the concerns that the public brought last year around that event, and determine what makes sense. So we're very excited about the things that we've been able to do in the time that we couldn't do events and start to transition back into events. In the meantime, all of our FOMO, our fear of missing out, and digital and experiential marketing has been going really well. And so to provide an update on that, I invite Susie to take us through that, and Jamie. Susie, you're on mute, by the way.
There we go. Okay. Thanks for having us again. Like Scott said, I am just going to roll quickly through some website traffic and analytics, and then I'll throw it off to my other team members. So to preface this presentation, our website is getting a lot of traction. There was a huge increase in the past month since the last city council meeting. So you can see here, just from this graph, we're up about 20,000 visits. So we had approximately 54,000 last month, and we're looking at 74. And probably today it's probably bumped up. I've been slowly watching it. So you can see the trend, and I think we all think that has a lot to do with the efforts of our social and our PR teams, as well as the state opening up activities and dining and such, and people feeling more safe to travel. So you can see here on the side of the little circle kind of where these visits are coming from. So most of them are coming from organic search, direct, which means somebody's typing in the URL into their search bar. Referrals, so that could be other magazines. A lot of the articles that Anna that she heads up, refer back to the website, social media, and such. So there's that one. And then, and real quick, so 70, let me go back. So 79%, almost 80% of those sessions are new sessions. So that means new people visiting the site, new eyeballs, and new audiences. So along with the other people that know and love Solvang and visit, we have 80% of new people looking into Solvang. On to the conversion metrics. So we have a widget on our website that people are able to book hotels at. And so this shows how much money has been spent on hotel rooms in the past month. So we're double what was spent in February for March. The conversion rate is higher, but not drastically, not double what it was in February. So that shows us that people are booking more nights and higher tickets. And then finally, I just wanted to share a little bit about the audience demographics that are visiting the site. So you can see in these top two graphs, the bar graph shows kind of the breakdown of age groups. We're seeing this spike in the 25 to 34-year-olds looking at the website. Obviously, all of them are trending up with the traffic, but from there, we have a high number of 35 to 44-year-olds and 45 to 54, and then it kind of levels out after that. We know that our audience is predominantly female, so almost double like what the male visitation looks like. And then we also can see here on this green circle portion that a lot of our visits are coming from mobile devices. So people are hearing about Solvang, looking on their phones, and that could be through PR and social as well. But then a smaller number on desktop, and then lastly on tablet. So those are the website metrics, and then moving right on to social media.
Yeah, and right before we go into social, just a quick update on the website. So we've been working pretty hard on developing a new and refreshed site. You know, one of the challenges that we have with the existing site is that there are tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of pages. I think Susie, you did the map, and I mean, it was in the thousands of pages if I remember right. It was crazy town. So we've been working diligently behind the scenes to get the new site up and running. It's a heavy lift. But what we were really intentional about was making sure that we weren't just introducing yet another place where the businesses need to keep their information updated. So we're working closely with the chamber to make sure that, you know, we're engaging at either an API level or an iframe, but that we're engaging the content that they're providing for their business directory onto the new site, so that, you know, we don't have situations where, you know, folks have stale data on the website. That doesn't really benefit the businesses. So, you know, at the same time, we don't want to break the existing SEO. So that's a big reason that we've been sort of slow and steady around it. But, you know, I promise by the end of June, we will have a new site launched. It's just taking us a little longer because we obviously don't want to break what's already there. We've done a lot of secret sauce in the background on the SEO side to make sure that we capture as much of that organic search as we can. And I don't want to break that by just ripping and replacing the site. So it's taking us a little longer, but I'm confident that, you know, when we do it, it'll have been done right rather than quickly. So sorry, Jamie, go ahead.
Thanks, Scott. All right, so I'm going to take you through the analytics from this past month. So on Instagram, we've had just under 264,000 impressions, and we have reached over 18,000 followers. This past month from our last meeting, we've gained just under 1,000 new followers, which is pretty huge. As you can see, we are outperforming the travel industry growth by a lot. This time last year, we grew 280 followers in March. On Facebook, we reached just under 75,000 people. We are over 30,300 followers. We gained about 220 new followers this month. And these are our top performing posts on Instagram. As you can see, the engagement is still doing really well over here. The saves and the sends are our, I guess, our big engagement wins. So we're doing well.
Great, thank you. And as a reminder, all of that social is organic. We are not yet spending any money on advertising. We do have some boosted posts that begin, Susie, on Monday, I believe. You know, out of respect for the community and the locals, we're following the health guidance sort of to the T. So we were not actively promoting tourism or actively promoting travel from outside of the region. We were certainly promoting within the region, but not, you know, in the greater California region. So now that is, I think it's 180 miles. I can't remember the exact guidance, but we are going to start pushing at some of our targeted demographics that we identified early last year. We're going to start through that survey and through the analytics that we pulled this time last year. We're going to start targeting those audiences, I believe, on Monday with very small, I mean, they're not large, but very small ad buys to try and continue to drive engagement and hopefully conversions into stays and day trippers. Anna, PR wins.
Okay, Susie. So dovetailing on what Susie was just saying there about the website visitation and how a lot of that are new visitors, this was a piece that I neglected to include in one of the last reports about Peasants Feast, about a specific item at Peasants Feast, but giant exposure. And of course it mentions Solvang. And these are the kinds of things that demonstrate we can be known for something other than our traditional Danish treats, which we will always be known for, but we have new things coming, and we can also call out and highlight some of our wins in other areas, and all of that attracts new eyes that might not have looked at Solvang in the past. All good reasons, and looking for new audiences to try to keep our tourism sustainable, not in the earth-friendly way, but in the true sustainable way, looking for new audiences. So this was a really nice piece that had a lot of exposure for everybody. It's always a win if Solvang's mentioned. So the second slide, this actually ties into something else, and Scott, you might be able to speak to this a little bit more at the end here, but this was a Toyota-sponsored Thrill List article, so essentially an advertorial. Toyota paid for them to write this article, and it's about a road trip through, I think it was like a dozen places in California, and they included Solvang, and they reached out to us, and we provided some imagery for them to use, including that image that you see. And it just so happens is that the writer of this article, this advertorial, is somebody that I have also been in talks with to come do a Solvang editorial visit, because she hasn't been in a while. So we're hoping to also get her here, because she's freelance, to also pitch for other things. But this also ties into something else. And again, Scott might be able to speak more to this, that still goes in with the whole Toyota thing. So we might be getting more out of this than just this one article. Next slide.
Yeah, well, we're going to the next slide. Anna's alluding to the one filming that I forgot. So Toyota reached out, I think as a direct result of this, Toyota reached out and they're filming a regional Toyota commercial in Solvang the same day as the Dinner Impossible, which I promise, I know it's a lot. I promise they're two separate parts, and the Toyota lift is much smaller. So, you know, at the end of the day, this is still a town for people to live and work in, and, you know, not a film set. So I'm respectful of that. And we're not going to, you know, we are going to take over a very small part of the town for the Food Network bit, but the Toyota thing, nobody will even know is there. And you know, again, we're really focused, as Anna mentioned a minute ago. You know, we are definitely focused on bringing new audiences to town, but we absolutely are not alienating the existing ones, and we're really trying to elevate the culture, or not elevate the culture. Culture is already elevated, but elevate our storytelling about the culture. So even the Toyota commercial is filming at the Overhoy and trying to incorporate you know, some of the town's history into its commercial, which to me, that's a strong win for Solvang, when we're not just using it as, oh, pretty buildings and windmills, but we're actually telling a deeper story. So it's exciting to me.
And also on that, the second show that Scott mentioned that's filming mid-May, also, like you said, heavily Elverhoy. I was there today with the location scout, and this is totally off topic, but for anybody out there who's listening, I got to see the Rembrandts today for the first time, and I really think it's important that the whole valley, everybody who can, that they go and see these while we have them in town, because it's really rare that that you get Rembrandts in your hometown. And I think
I cried. I mean, I'm not afraid to say that. I cried. It's super, super, super cool. Strongly recommend. 10 out of 10.
So on that note, this is something that could tie into that. Another family-friendly piece, again, going back, pointing back, and you see the little arrow there, pointing back to that Solving with Kids article that we've had living out there for a few years now. They keep referring to it. I use that link all the time. It's just a great little overall guide for people that are like, well, what is there to do with kids and solving? And now, if you have an older child, the Rembrandt exhibit is something I would highly recommend that you take a child to. Moving on. So again, some of these you've seen already. It just takes a while for some of this to appear, but the one piece that we had, the girl that we had coming down all the way from the San Francisco Bay Area down the coast to Solvang and then back up, actually changed a little bit. The scope of her work changed in everyone's favor. She had such a great time and saw so much and ate so much that she has decided to do separate features on each of the markets that she's visited, each of the destinations, and in some cases, each of the different eateries. So we will get at least one, if not two articles out of that on Forbes.com. And that wasn't the original intent. So that worked in our favor. Palm Springs Life still moving forward. And again, the Palm Springs and Napa Valley, these are two different things that are really targeted. I'm really trying to go after markets that are very specific to try to get people here from those areas. And those will still print at some point later this year. Next slide.
And the other thing I'll mention in terms of like earned media from some of these hosted visits, there's two things we're doing that is very intentional. One, anybody we're bringing to town, we're hosting them, meaning we're paying for everything. So, a lot of these influencers, and it's madness because anybody with 3 people following them will refer to themselves as an influencer and ask for free stuff, which is beyond infuriating. Or somebody with a really poorly written blog will refer to themselves as a blogger, which is also infuriating, and demand free stuff. So in our case, we make sure that anybody we bring specifically to Solving, we send them to a restaurant with a little gift card and that we load with funds so that they can pay that restaurant. We're not asking for these businesses that have been suffering to give away free stuff. The second point I'll make is that some of that stuff that we started a year ago is already sort of coming back. So, we did that real big fun online thing with the folks from Watch Your Entertainment, which was cool. And Ryan, is coming back to Solving now just as a visitor, just happens to be coming into town and, mentioned how much he enjoyed his time here, as the host of that particular TV show, and asked if he would, if we would mind if he was posting to his almost 1 million followers on Instagram about his personal trip here. And all of that is good earned media that comes from those one little, the one little hotel room or one meal that we pick up along the way, which it just comes back in spades.
Moving on. San Francisco Gate supposedly will have another article about Solvang and SF Gate, having to do with Solvang's tourism trends through all of this, just as part of Southern California. So hopefully that will post soon. American Riviera Media, again, we have a cover story. That's a new magazine coming out of Santa Barbara and also heavily involves the El Verjoy because it is a cultural and art-centric magazine. Going back to that first slide where we have some of the businesses in town that help to put us on maps that we weren't on before. We did have both Los Angeles food editor and somebody from Eater in town visiting some of our newer restaurants. Can't speak to those anymore at this point in time, but it will be great. It'll be a long time since we've really had something prominent Solvang in those outlets. So that's very helpful for different audiences. And then the last slide, in between all of these people that I've had to do itineraries for, I have actually 4, one's not on here, 4 editors and or writers who will be in town within the next week and a half. And 3 of those are these. We have somebody coming who will be pretty much just doing research and scouting for what will eventually be travel segments on Access Hollywood and Access later in the year once the stations let her do her segments on location. Right now, they're still not allowing that. Photos Travel is coming through and I'm helping her with her for the whole region, pretty much, updates to the actual print guide for the next edition that will be out at the end of this year. And then we have a freelance writer coming in who I'm just bringing in because she pitches things on us all the time and hadn't been in a while. And I think it will help motivate her to really see these things that she's pitching sight unseen. So we have a lot of moving parts right now. That's it.
Great, thank you. So as a reminder, the 2 topics that I wanted to just kind of get council guidance on or city guidance on is Obviously, for the dinner, just understanding, because I'm not an expert on the Brown Act, obviously, having all the council together, we've obviously mentioned it now twice publicly, but having all the council together, I don't know if they need to be seated together or separately. And then just a friendly reminder for those of you who have not yet sent your FedEx address for your lovely COVID test, since this is a official film, even if you're vaccinated, they're COVID testing everybody 72 hours in advance. And then again, with rapid tests on the day for everybody who's part of the production, which again is a requirement, both to keep the community safe, as well as everybody on camera, which we, it would be nice if those of us who are fully vaccinated wouldn't have to shove that thing up our nose. But I do respect how hard they're working to keep the community safe. So I am happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Scott. Are there any questions of the staff report from Scott?
Outstanding.
Yes, great job with all of you guys up there. I had a couple questions. One was, in looking at the, what the heck did you call it? Because now I'm trying to draw on a blank what it was. Your kind of goals going forward. One of them was your project definition. You had 13-member committee. And I was just wondering who is part of that committee?
Yeah, so that was something that came from the old council, and I think that's actually part of the next item that was on our existing contract. So what we did is I was very intentional at the beginning and said, look, I'm not from Solvang. I have some ideas on or we, this team, have some ideas on how to market the town, but we acknowledge that we're not here. So we thought it was really important to put together what we were referring to as a steering committee. So not an official, like a city council board, or not an official city board, somebody that was really advising us as a contractor. And so we put that together and did that until the BDC was sat, and it became clear that the BDC was sort of the direction that the council at the time was taking, was that BDC had that similar responsibility with more oversight, and obviously was an open committee. So I wouldn't say that we've necessarily dissolved that group. There's still, there's still an email list that I can send an email to. I don't remember every single person who is part of that email list at the moment, but I can certainly look it up and send it to you. But I would say that, it would be something that I would like to speak with the city manager about here in the next couple of weeks, is especially as now that events are opened up, the primary purpose of that steering committee was also to help not decide because they didn't have any authority, but help guide us in understanding how some of these events would impact the businesses in the TRC, so that we could make informed recommendations to the council. Obviously, in the absence of events, there wasn't a whole lot to talk about with that group, so we haven't met in months. However, as events are starting to come back, and the process that was adopted for large outdoor events, meaning anything over 1,000 people with multiple street closures, requires us to at least run it by this group before we bring it to council to discuss openly. That's something that we would likely need to put back together again, but I would take guidance from both this council and the city manager on whether that becomes a proper function of the BDC, I think it's called, or if it stays, an informal advisory group to us as a contractor.
Thank you. And then one of the other, in the experiential marketing, you had first bullet point was build new solvingusa.com. You did mention that tonight, but I just wanted to ask, when I went to solvingusa.com, and the COVID-19 information is still listing that we're in the purple tier from January 19th of this year. And I was just wondering when or if there are any plans to get that updated.
Somebody on this call is fired. I'm just kidding. I'm not, but I am. I will work with the team and make sure that is resolved tomorrow. I apologize for missing that.
I just wanted to double check on that. And then the last one was,
Thank you for pointing it out. I apologize. That's embarrassing that you had to mention that. I'm very sorry.
no worries. Everything else is great. Did want to ask, you had mentioned one of the events coming that you were talking about was the marathon. And is it truly a marathon, or is it the half marathon that we used to have? And is the
Yeah.
person that has been trying to get into contact with you, Jason?
No. So it is the Santa Barbara half marathon that's been around for a long time.
Right.
They've had some significant staffing changes. It's a for-profit company called Motivate, I think, Motivate Sports. I can't remember off the top of my head. They've had some staffing changes, and I do believe that one of the former employees of that company is now trying to do their own half or full marathon as well. As of this moment, there's not any, and the city attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, but to my understanding and based on our most recent call with the city attorney, there is not at this moment any clear guidance for endurance events. So we've not yet been able to work with any of them that have come to us to permit. That said, my anticipation obviously is as the county of Santa Barbara moves into, beyond orange and into yellow, and, who knows, apparently we're all going to be, rainbows and butterflies on the 15th of June. As that continues, I hope to be able to provide them some more information, but as of this moment, the only thing that the Santa Barbara Half Marathon, we're in contact pretty much weekly. And the only thing that they have right now is sort of a soft date that they want to do it. And, we told them that that's fine, but there's no guarantee that date works. There's no guarantee that the city will be in a position to issue that permit, for them. And that, they were assuming any risk or liability of failure if they went public with, accepting registrations for that date. And they were very clear and understood that. And I thank the city manager for helping to draft that communication out to them a few months ago. So there is another race that's working out. But again, as of this moment, based on our last conversation with the city manager and city attorney, our responses have been very generic in that, we don't have a lot of guidance from the county. And until we do, we don't even know enough to begin talking about some of these things, unfortunately.
Okay. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, if I could answer Scott's question about the Brown Act issue, if it's a purely social or ceremonial event, as long as the city council members don't discuss amongst themselves matters that are within the city council's jurisdiction, it's fine for them to attend that type of event. Correct.
All right.
I think for safety purposes, if you all sit together at one table, it makes it appear that you're going to be talking about city events. So I recommend against that, but it's not strictly prohibited by the Brown Act.
Scott, how many people will be eating? Sitting at
As of this moment, there will be 30 attendees, and they'll be split amongst multiple tables for COVID safety. Even though everybody will have done a 72-hour PCR test and a rapid test prior to being seated, they'll still be seated in groups of, I believe, 6. I'll have to confirm with the producers.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I was hoping to use that as an excuse to stay away from Mr. Infante.
Yeah, I have a question. Hi, Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
Any word on Danish Days coming back?
I have not yet been approached directly by the Danish Days Committee, but I anticipate being able to chat with them. Once I have some information to share with them, I'm happy to reach out to them, but I've not yet spoken with them directly, no.
Okay.
Any others? No?
No.
All right. Thank you for that report. And appreciate all your work
Thanks, Scott.
on behalf of the city.
Thank you, sir.
I think that's coming up. All right. Moving on to item number 9.
Item number 9 is service levels and operating programs, part 2. So this is second part of the discussion that we started at the last council meeting. where you heard about operating programs that were most of our administrative functions, as well as recreation. And now we are looking at the rest of the operation, which is our largest department, Public Works, that encompasses engineering, maintenance for both public works, including parks, as well as water and wastewater operations. So as I've been mentioning through this budget process, the goal of today is really just to have the conversation of how things are operating, what are some of the recommendations that have been developed, including the staff that works in those operations, and then to get some broad policy guidance from you as to the direction moving forward. Based on that broad policy guidance, you don't have to make any decisions today, but we'll listen to all your comments and everything that you have to say to us. We'll develop preliminary budget recommendations that then will be presented to you in a much more precise manner with precise recommendations. At that point, you will have one more opportunity to tell us whether we've captured everything that you wanted us to capture, and we'll build that into any modifications for the final budget document in June. So today we will be looking at operating programs and the service levels that we provide in Public Works. And we'll also address two of the more major operating contracts, which will be marketing with IDK, as well as the visitor center management contract. So looking at Public Works first, that is our definitely largest department. We have had most of the changes occur with COVID-19 in the general fund, because that is the fund that was really impacted by COVID-19, while water and wastewater operations remained fairly unimpacted as being separate enterprise funds and also being the critical essential operations. So by way of background, to give you a little bit of overview of where we've been, in the last couple of years prior to COVID-19, we were actually working on sort of an organizational assessment. We did have a consultant, and that work resulted in a review and documentation of existing conditions. That work did not proceed forward with final recommendations as to how the organization should look going forward. With COVID-19, as you know, and as I just mentioned, there was a lot of reductions to basically shift all operations to essential work only. So much of the staff was reduced. And the last part that plays into these recommendations specifically for Public Works, and these recommendations were developed in conjunction with our Public Works Director, as well as we had discussions at divisional level with all of the staff before bringing these recommendations to you here today. But over the past 10 years, the circumstances affecting the responsibilities and operations of the Public Works Department have changed dramatically. There is a lot of new legislative changes, new technologies, and just new ways of doing business and things that need to be addressed within those operations, especially in the water and wastewater. So tonight's recommendations are once again based on staff's recommendations, and the organizational structure is supported by staff. The recommended organizational structure is sustainable. It's meant to create clear roles and responsibilities, to balance the workload, and to define professional paths that are then easier fulfilled, as well as a professional path for employees that are within those divisions. So if we can put slides up, this is the existing organizational structure. So you can see our Public Works Director is truly the biggest department. It houses, I want to say more than half actually of employees. I haven't done the math exactly. Yes, more than half. And it is also sort of a vertical structure. We have a Public Works Director who has an associate engineer, which is currently vacant, that comprises our engineering division. We also have the maintenance division, and in maintenance, we had a transition with COVID-19 to where the Parks Director position, Parks and Recreation position was eliminated, and maintenance from Public Works was transitioned to Public Works. That is a structure that has actually existed in Public Works once upon a time, and we do recommend it going forward, but we do recommend making some modifications to the structure, creating a more clear delineation and separation of duties between parks maintenance and Public Works maintenance, with a lead in each one of those functions, so that they're not quite all crossed in doing a little bit of the parks and a little bit of Public Works, but they're more focused in terms of their day-to-day operations, and they have a lead in their unit. We are also recommending a split of the department. So if you see this now, we're under Public Works, which is actually our only department head at this point. We house all of these operations. It is less typical to have this type of structure than to have a utilities department and a Public Works department. That is also a much more clear career path for utilities directors and Public Works directors. So the recommendation is to split the department into two departments. So you would have in the utilities department specialization on all the water issues. And obviously, there's a lot of new legislation. There's also the infrastructure that needs to be addressed within the city that the utilities department director could really focus on. This would encompass the water supply and distribution, sewer collection and wastewater treatment, the Ground Sustainability Act, and catch basin cleaning. The recommendation is for 11 FTE, and that does not add any additional FTEs other than the, say, half of a director, because we are now proposing 2 directors. This structure would also enable the utilities director to work more closely with the water division supervisor and assist with more of the administrative work, while the water division supervisor would then be able to provide more assistance in the operations, and we would not be asking for an additional position there. Now, on the wastewater division, the recommendation is to, and also in the water division, the recommendation, right now there is not a lead water operator, there's just water operators. So when the division supervisor leaves, there's essentially nobody but the Public Works director to step in and lead that unit. So this creates a more clear path of progression within that unit with a lead water operator, who is then someone that can be trained by the supervisor to step into that role. That is a similar structure of the wastewater division, where there is actually already a lead wastewater operator. So we are mimicking that existing structure, and that works well. So the wastewater division is proposed to essentially not change, except that we are proposing as a more flexible recommendation, backfilling the collection system operator position, which was eliminated about a year and a half ago during a vacancy policy. And currently, they are not servicing the whole collection system on annual basis. So this would enable an annual treatment of that system. On the Public Works department, which would now be just the Public Works without the utilities department, you're looking at the engineering services, roads and facilities maintenance, parks maintenance, stormwater program, and solid waste and the Santa Ynez Valley transit operations. That is proposed at 8 FTE. The Public Works director would be the head of that department. The engineering division would consist of the associate engineer, which is currently vacant, but we would advertise it and fill that position. On the maintenance side, as I mentioned, there would be the supervisor and a lead maintenance worker for maintenance with 2 workers underneath that, as well as a lead parks maintenance with a parks maintenance. So as you can see, this creates a very consistent structure through these departments with the lead supervisors and a department head, and also balances out that department compared to what we have now. Moving on to marketing. As you know, marketing is currently with the IDK. tourism is the heart of the Solvang's economy, so this is a very important contract to the city. Over 50% of discretionary revenue is derived by the hotel tax, TOT, and another 15 from sales tax. Solvang is the third most dependent city in California on hotel tax, so that is truly the heart of our economy. And when tourism stops, we definitely lose a lot of revenue. A little bit of background of where marketing has been for the city of Solvang specifically is that previously it was with a nonprofit organization, Solvang Conference and Visitors Bureau. The SCVB had its own board of directors, which was ratified by the council. It wasn't a direct report to the city. In 2019, funding to SCVB was terminated, and IDK was selected through a competitive bidding process to produce the 2019 Yule Fest. That was the big Yule Fest before we had COVID-19 pandemic, where we had the drone show and all the lights, and it was definitely a different direction. Subsequently, IDK contract was amended to include overall marketing services directly reporting to the city manager is how it's set up. The recommendation is to extend contract with IDK through December 2021 to give time for the city to develop desired scope of services for marketing services and bid it through a competitive process. Competitive process is always recommended, and let the strongest competitor deliver the services needed by the city. And it is also consistent with the city's purchasing policy. And then the part of the recommendation is also to renegotiate terms of the contract with IDK from the period of June 30 through December 2021. And that's really primarily focusing on our experience of working under the current contract and just clarifying some of the operational aspects and clarifying the responsibility between the two parties as to who is responsible for what. Now, the visitor center also used to be under SCVB. Currently, the visitor center operations are contracted to Central Coast Marketing, directly reporting to the city manager. So once again, there was that added hierarchy to the city manager that wasn't there before when those changes were made. And due to financial constraints on the COVID-19, the visitor center contract, when it was approved in November, I believe, is limited to 4-day operation only. So that's by the contract that they're currently operating under, not a 7-day operation. And that was due to funding. So recommendation is to consider, and that is just from that reporting structure to where we have these contracts independently reporting to city manager, is for you to consider whether there is a point for the visitor center operations to be more aligned with the marketing services or the Chamber of Commerce services provided to local businesses. And another part of our recommendation is now that the economy is reopening to consider expanding operations to 7 days per week. And that concludes my report.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions of the staff report?
No.
Take it going forward to public comment. I do have a speaker slip. Tracy?
The purpose of me coming here today is, as I saw the, the report, we are very interested in looking at the contract, the Chamber of Commerce's, to be more efficient in our business community. The Chamber asked the city of Solvang not to extend the visitor's contract at this time to September, but renegotiate right now. We would be ready for a 7-day week. We do believe, as we've talked to our business merchants, we need a 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. at least 4 days a week. It is the Chamber's mission to be a catalyst for business growth, a conveyor of the leaders and influencers, and a champion for a strong economic. As we have shown through the pandemic, we have been open 5 to 7 days a week, 10 to 12 hours a day at our office, advising and partnering with the EDC and the SBA. As a chamber, we are here to help the surrounding community and our visitors with any business or tourism needs. The chamber has also wants to expand Solvang After Dark program to help businesses, our wineries and our pubs, and our restaurants. As we know, these have been hit hardest during the pandemic. We must have a thriving economic community after 5 p.m. for all. The chamber feels it can streamline in the next 30 to 90 days the opening of the visitor center 7 days a week. Given the short period of time, the past experience of myself and my board of directors, we believe we have the ability and the knowledge to move forward on the hiring and operating of the visitor center. The chamber has just expanded their marketing position with a contract with Chamber Nation within a 30-mile radius called the Solvang and Santa Ynez Marketplace. We have an exclusivity on this, so we are very excited about this from any other organization of doing this within Santa Barbara County for over a year. It is time the chamber has an economic partnership with the city of Solvang and the business community through a thriving downtown from Copenhagen to Alisal to Fifth. We have many organizations that we need to support within this business community in our tourism district. The chamber's main goal is to have a business community that our residents are proud to come shop local, convenient parking, and continue to be a safe location. So we are very interested in moving forward on this contract with you also. And we have put 3 proposals together, so here's our proposal, and we are definitely interested.
Thank you, Tracy. Are there any other comments that we have in-house? Brenda?
Thank you, Mayor and council members. It is my pleasure to provide some information. I did send a link to Zena that perhaps she wouldn't mind clicking on. And I apologize that I don't have a better presentation. And I would have had a printed one for you, but we lost a family member today, so I am struggling a little bit. My apologies.
Sorry to hear that.
Screen?
Take your time, Brenda.
Thank you.
And we can also do this another time, Brenda.
Yeah. We don't need to do it tonight.
I thank you. I did put it online, and if Zena wouldn't mind sharing it with you, I would appreciate it. And I'm only here because my family member would have they want us to go forward and to do our best in everything we do. So that's why I made the effort. And if you'd like to look at it or send me any questions, I'll just say this. I stepped in when the city needed somebody, and I also stepped in with an RFP in October, and the chamber chose to, they said they couldn't afford to do it at that time, and I stepped in. We've done a good job, and we support every business in Solvang. And I thank you for giving me time out tonight, Charlie. Appreciate it very much.
Thanks, Brenda.
Yeah, do we have any other comments at this time?
Would anybody online like
Take
to
care,
make a
Brenda.
comment on this item? Please raise your hand. Seeing no public comment.
All right. Do we have any other further discussion at this time?
Yeah, I do have some ideas regarding the marketing levels. I think it's appropriate to reconsider what we are looking for. Like the staff report said, all of these things used to be provided by the Solvang CVB. You know, they produced a few of the events. They run the visitor center. They were also in charge of the marketing. I think IDK has done a great job on tapping on resources for marketing that had not been used by the Solvang CVB before. And they recognize the potential that marketing to people within a 200-mile radius means. There's a lot of talk about overnight stayers, but day trippers are potential overnight stayers as well. And I'm very glad that they did that. But it's a shame that they were brought up at a time when events were not allowed, because they were brought in to produce events. And that contract got amended into marketing because there's no events to produce, and the best that they could do is, try to keep the city relevant by doing all of this marketing, and they have done a great job. And I think we need to talk about what we expect of them. Are they going to be doing just events, which is what they do as a firm? Are they going to do both of our events and marketing? What does that mean in terms of budget? Can they do both? I know that we are not their only client. So these are all things that I would like to explore. There's another thing that I'm not sure that they are doing right now, that it's in the scope of work, but things like, where do we advertise Solvang, such as periodicals, print? There's talks about, should we advertise on a big billboard on the highways? Is that worth it? Other neighboring cities have them. There's no mention of Solvang along the highways as you go along. So these are all things that I think should be looked into as we move forward on seeing who is going to market our town and produce our events, if they are to be the same firm. So just some thoughts.
Thank you. Are there any other comments?
Yes. I think IDK has been extending the marketing way beyond what was done before, and I would like to propose that we extend their contract and renegotiate the terms. So, which was with the recommendation for the marketing contract. I'm impressed with what they've done. SCVB did a good job in its area, but I think IDK has done an excellent job. I wanted to make another comment with regard to the Visitor Center. The Chamber of Commerce, Tracy made the comment that she has contracted with a firm that gives her exclusive rights to a 30-mile radius, but she didn't say what for. At least it wasn't obvious to me. And what it is an app that goes on your phone. So you can get this app on your phone, and it tells you all of the locations you want to go to and everything else. So it lists all of, this is a visitor center on your phone.
Chamber Nation.
And I think that I cannot imagine anybody being able to do more for a visitor center than our Chamber of Commerce, particularly when they start coming up with these kinds of items to help our businesses, so you know where the businesses are as you go around. So I was really encouraged with that. I thought that was just tremendous. I also have no problem with the reorganization that was suggested either. I think that could make this a much more effective organization. So I support that as well. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other comments?
No.
I had a couple on the Public Works end. Going forward, you were talking about splitting the parks maintenance separate. I mean, it's under Public Works. Is that supervisor that is going to be over both of them? Is that who our recreation person would be going to? I know that part of the reason that there had been some overlap, if you will, prior to, like, I know when I came in 2004, that they had already made the transition from overlapping and being part of the same, so that there was two that were always working under, at the time it was Kristen Thompson as the Parks and Recreation Director. And I know that some of those issues were because parks and recreation go hand in hand with what we have here. And I just hesitate to add, I know that that's what's been going on. I know that that's what happened because of COVID. And I also know that that was, some of those suggestions were because we no longer have a recreation director. But my concern is that the maintenance of the facilities, as opposed to the park maintenance, when we need to have a field lined, when we need to have basketball courts set up, that's not going to be something that I don't feel like our recreation person needs to go and talk to you or that supervisor. They should be able to go and talk to the lead recreation maintenance person. Is that kind of how you see that happening, or are we adding just that extra little disconnect there?
Well, I'll respond first. We're a small organization, and
Right.
our recreation, as your recommendations, as you heard last time, is to not bring back a recreation director, a parks and recreation director, but instead to create this functioning recreation unit of 2 people who would be able to not only bring back the service levels, but even increase our recreational capabilities. That unit will be focused on recreation. That unit will be specialists in recreation and be everything recreation. There's definitely a component to parks that's recreational. So there's the skate parks, there's the tennis courts, there's certain things that apply to recreation side, which I see that unit and that recreation supervisor kind of overseeing and coordinating. The maintenance of parks component is recommended to stay with the Public Works umbrella and maintenance. There could be some cross-training, and really the separation and still having a dedicated parks maintenance is addressed through this lead position, and you would still have the same number of people in parks maintenance as you had before. So we're not slimming down that function. The coordination between recreation coordinator and parks maintenance is just a matter of policy and communications and how those 2 units operate. It doesn't necessarily need to have the same supervisor or the same director.
Okay.
Matt, do you want to add something else?
Yeah, well, so our city manager, Zena, has gotten a lot of input from the staff. And what she didn't show you is there's other parts of the organizational structure that involves the recreation side. So, you know, you didn't see that tonight. She was focusing on Public Works. But, so as she mentioned, we would still have 2 parks maintenance workers. And, you know, when you think of parks and recreation, so parks has that recreation component. There's reservations of picnic areas in the park, and there's, you know, different events and things that go on. So that would all be handled under the recreation part, and Public Works would basically just be doing the parks maintenance. But as Zena mentioned, you know, we need to have good communication, and we plan to do that. And so, like you said, Mayor Yerg, if a ball field needs to get chalk lines laid out, or you know, some kind of prep work done for athletic activity or whatever, it's just a matter of communication. That's what we had before. We don't anticipate any problem with that. And the only difference is with the 2 parks maintenance workers, one would be designated as a lead. Right. And with the 3 like roads and facilities maintenance workers, one of them would be designated as a lead. And the beauty of that is, as Zena mentioned, when the supervisor's on vacation or if he's out sick or whatever, then there's someone that's clearly in their job description as the lead. They're in charge when the supervisor's gone or out or unavailable. So that makes the director's job really easy. I mean, in the 10 and a half years I've been here, there were multiple times that I had to, on top of everything else, I had to be the maintenance supervisor, which didn't work out that great, let me tell you. But I did the best I could, you know. But yeah, so it's, and we've always had the lead wastewater operator. So, and there's always been this nice career path in the wastewater division, which we didn't have in the water or in the maintenance. So having that lead position creates a little more of a career path It helps us retain employees because we have that, and it's more desirable, to start at the bottom if you know you can work your way up. And then in water especially, because we have to have licensed operators, and the operator of record who's in charge has to have a certain level of certification and so forth. So having somebody designated as in their job description that they're in charge when the supervisor is gone is actually really important. We should have had that a long time ago. And in fact, Zena didn't mention, but about 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago now, we did create a senior water operator position, but now we're going to basically just change the title so that all the titles are the same. The only reason why we didn't fill that position is because we had a bunch of staff changeover at the supervisor level. We had a supervisor that was in a car accident, had a stroke, and he was not able to come back to work. And so we had a bunch of kind of problems that were outside of our control a little bit. And so now we would implement that now with your approval into this new budget. So I do strongly agree with what Zena's presented. And like I said, she has gotten a lot of staff input, so it's not just something that she just came up with. She took a lot of input from everyone and then developed this plan, which I do think is really good. So
Thank you, Matt. I did have one question related to water. At one time, did we have one more, either operator 1 or operator 2? Didn't we have 5 in that department total at one time?
as far as I know, the city's never had 5, yeah. I mean, it'd be nice to have 5, but we're
know
trying
that
to
the
keep the water rates down and.
I know.
And, yeah, it is somewhat challenging because we do have 6 wells now.
Right.
And that's a big, we added 2 new wells just in the last few years through the last drought. And it takes a lot of attention and time, monitoring the equipment there, refilling the chemicals for the disinfection on a regular basis, and just maintaining the facility.
And still reading the meters.
Yeah, and doing everything else, I mean, we did implement a radio read meter system, so that did save us a lot of time, but at the same time, we constructed the 2 new wells. So, anyway, but as Zena also mentioned, one thing with water and wastewater and all the environmental concerns here in California, as I'm sure you're all very aware, there's constantly new regulations that we're having to make adjustments to comply with, and so that some of those regulations take a lot more administrative time. So
Right. Thank you, Matt. Let's see. On the marketing, are we going to see a new proposal first before we decide what we're going to do? Because everything that I thought I saw was all from 2019, plus the amendments.
Correct. So all you have in front of you today is the existing contract, and I'm looking for your direction as to whether you would like to go with the recommendations that are to extend the contract with renegotiated terms through December 2021, which gets us through the next season of Yule Fest, and meanwhile to clarify what the city desires from the marketing services and issue an RFP.
I guess that was what I was wondering. What are going to be the modifications? Is that what we're going to decide right now?
That is not something that you need to decide right now, but whatever thoughts and comments that you have in that regard as to what you would like to see more of, less of, how you would like to prioritize those efforts, that's helpful because that can be incorporated into RFP. And I would propose bringing an RFP back to you as council before it goes out, the final comment.
We're going to be splitting the special events are still going to stay with IDK, but calendaring events at, say, at any of our recreational facilities or the vets hall, all of that is staying with the recreation department.
Correct. That's how we've presented at the last council meeting, that some of the really city-specific events would stay with the recreation department. So that's your turkey trot, your haunted house, and, some of the dance type of, those fall under recreation.
Is the tree burn part of that, or is that going to be part of IDK?
I would recommend it being under the recreation, because I think it's a more local event and there's also more coordination with the local waste management. It's really more of a city-run event rather than marketing event that needs marketing input into it. It is what it is. It's tradition.
Right. Well, we don't want to get too big either. So
Right.
that's why
But it was my understanding from what I was reading in the agenda, the recommendation is that we just extend the contract to the end of the year because there's events that they need to start planning now, and without a knowledge that they have a contract following June, that's a little difficult for IDK. So what we're saying is we need to give them until December because they need to start planning that. And in the meantime, we go to RFP if that's what you want, or we renegotiate the contract or whatever happens. Is that correct?
Correct. So an option is to go to an RFP, but as part of, just to clarify, as part of extending IDK's contract from June 30 to December 31, the proposal or the recommendation is to allow city manager and city attorney to renegotiate some of the terms of the contract just to make operational clarifications as to each party's responsibilities through that time period.
That we would ultimately approve?
Yes.
Okay.
So do we need a motion to extend that contract?
You'd be giving staff direction to bring that contract back to you.
That works. And also if you can give policy direction as to whether or not you would like to see an RFP brought back to you for extension past December 31st.
Personally, I've been so happy with IDK, I don't think I want to mess with it at all. Just give them an extension. But that's just me. So, and see? So, thank you.
Scott, you're doing a great job, as you can tell. I just had one question I totally forgot on, and I was just looking at Mr. Lee there. Are the positions that are going to be added, have they been vetted through our union to make sure that they are part of that?
No. So once again, where we are in the process, we are kind of dealing with, different processes coming together here. These were recommendations that are developed by staff to go forward. These are brought to you for just conceptual review and your general policy direction. Unless there is any strong direction otherwise, we'll continue to proceed with this process, and these will be baked into the preliminary budget. As part of that process, we'll start conversations with the union for any positions that are union represented and require meet and confer. So those conversations will be happening at the same time as we are developing the preliminary budget. Once we receive final feedback from you from the preliminary budget, which will actually already have precise numbers based on these conversations baked into the salary model and all the schedules, we'll get your final direction at that point if there's anything that you would like to see changed, and that goes for adoption in June. Once the budget is adopted in June, then July 1st, these positions are in existence as presented and can be in action, modified, or hired into.
Okay. I'm wondering if we have do we have any other questions up here? We need to go to public comment. Totally forgot.
Okay. Do we have any public comment?
I don't have any speaker slips, so if there's anyone out in the audience.
or on Zoom, or Jeff
Mr.
Lee?
Lee?
Go ahead, Jeff.
Sorry, I got a couple mute switches in here. I gotta find them, make sure I'm good. I mean, certainly, you know, I would say that overall, we're pretty satisfied with, you know, what we see here from my point of view. Obviously, discussions need to be had and whatnot, but you know, we're happy to see the way that the city and council are continuing to trend as it relates to the treatment of you know, members of the Teamsters 986. We do have upcoming negotiations, and I'm sure some of this will be probably at least some part of discussion of that. So, but we're generally pleased with what the city has been doing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Would anybody else online like to make a comment on this item? Please raise your hand. Seeing no other speakers.
All right, bring it back to council for any final comments.
I would like us to extend the contract of IDK's contract till the end of the year. I think we need time to see what it is that we want them to help us with following up. There's been so many amendments to their contract that I think we need to sit down and really think about what it is that we expect. And I also think that they've invested so much on, you know, learning about our city and thinking about how they're going to approach all these events, and it's a shame that they haven't had a chance to do it. So it'd be great to, you know, have them see us through the end of the year. And I love the way that the organization Flowchart is going. I think we're moving on a good direction. So
We should be opening up more too as that goes by and see a little more what they can do.
Yeah. I agree with Claudia.
Yeah, I would like to entertain a motion, but I would just like to right now hold off and bring back the visitor center portion of this maybe for the next time, just to give Brenda a chance to gather her thoughts and maybe have some comments of her own.
Yeah.
If that's okay with the council.
That's fine.
Yeah, it doesn't affect anything really.
So if we have a motion for Public Works and Marketing, I'll entertain.
Do we have do we need a motion on this? This
You
is
don't
just
need
staff
to have
direction.
this
Just
is
a direction?
Yes.
Okay.
So,
I think go ahead with both Public Works and Marketing as you see it, and we'll work on the extension through December
Okay,
for IDK for right now.
thank you. Yes.
I think there's one more, yeah.
And
But, okay, so the visitor center, though, I think we have to consider, I appreciate that we need to give Brenda some time to come back and talk to us. But I don't want to put an extension on it at this point in time, or think about that. We need to get an RFP out and see about what we want to do with that visitor center. But allowing some time for Brenda to come back when she's in a better position, because that's an unfortunate situation.
yeah, I was just thinking if we could bring this portion of it back for our next council session.
Yes, we can do
We
that.
would be soon enough, because she has some things prepared, but obviously there's extenuating circumstances. So I think 2 weeks would be sufficient.
Okay.
And it is past 9:30, so can I have a motion to go past 9:30?
I'll move we go past 9:30.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Councilmember
Roll
Clark?
call.
No.
Councilmember Ponce?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Arona?
Too bad. Yes.
Councilmember Thomas?
Yes.
Mayor Yurg?
Yes.
4 against 1.
Councilmember Clark, I think your mic was off though, too. I think your mic was off. Can we move on to item number 10, and do I need to recuse myself at this time?
No, this is
we're
actually,
done.
sorry.
That's why I voted no.
No. This is my, it's the way the agenda in hard copy is laid out, but item number 10 is actually AB 1234 report out and council closing comments.
Okay. My hard copy. I do not have any. Is there any other?
Just on a one note, really quick, because we're talking about parks and rec and everything, at some point, I would love to reconsider upgrading the fitness area of the Hans Christian Andersen Park. I don't know if anybody else uses it. I use it. But Lompoc City has a great one. Santa Barbara City has a great one. And I think Solvang deserves a great one, too. And I saw the new posting of all the programs that Parks and Rec put together in conjunction with Bilton. I wish I could attend them all. They look incredible. And I just want to give a shout out to staff that the programming looks beautiful. And I look forward to seeing more as we are allowed to come back with activities for residents.
All right. Any other comments? That's it. Council meeting is adjourned at 9:45.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, we got to extend it, too. We could have stayed longer.